The reason Yang Kai brought up the matter as soon as they met was that he wanted to use Spirit Beast Island to inform Serene Soul Palace. Since he had bumped into this matter and was unable to save Yao Lin, the least he could do was pass on the news. What's more, that old man almost killed Xianxia, so Yang Kai wanted to know who he was. On the way, Yang Kai voiced his doubts. Li Wui pondered for a while before slowly shaking his head. I don't have an impression of anyone matching your description, but if I get to see him with my own eyes, I might recognize him. Although there are a fair number of pseudo-great emperors in this world, there aren't that many. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little regretful after hearing this. He thought that Li Wui might know the identity of the old man. He hadn't expected him to be unable to identify him, but it wasn't surprising either, as he hadn't seen the incident with his own eyes, and who knows whether the old man had disguised his appearance or not. Soon, the pair came to a pavilion with small bridges and creeks flowing below them, a beautiful and unique place. A stalwart man happened to be standing on the bridge, throwing fish food into the water below, attracting red carps to fight for the feed, splashing the water noisily. Judging by his appearance alone, no one would notice anything special about this man. He looked like an average commoner, lacking any bearing of nobility. It was just that he was relatively bigger and taller, but he was no doubt one of 10 great emperors of the Star Boundary, Martial Beast Emperor Mo Huang. You're back. Mo Huang raised his eyes, looking at Yang Kai with a smile before continuing to feed the fish. Yang Kai earnestly cupped his fists. Greetings, senior. Mo Huang lightly nodded in response before indifferently asking, Xiaoqi is also back? Yang Kai replied, She is back and currently chatting with Senior Jiufeng. Mo Huang gave a nod before going silent. Li Wui stepped up at that moment and spoke with a serious look on his face. Sir, something has happened. Mo Huang looked up as his brow slightly rose. Throwing the rest of the fish food in his hand into the water, he asked while clapping his hand, What's the matter? Since it is coming from you, then it is clearly not a small matter. All of a sudden, Mo Huang worried that something happened on Dragon Island's side, involving his wife, Fu Xian. Li Wui, however, replied, Yao Lin was captured by an unknown assailant and all of her guards were slaughtered. Mo Huang furrowed his brow after hearing this. Yao Lin? Yao Jun's daughter. That's right. Mo Huang curiously asked, How do you know? Li Wui explained. Yang Kai came across the scene on his way back. The young lady was present as well. Apparently, the attacker was a pseudo-great emperor. Mo Huang grew even more curious. A pseudo-great emperor. Although pseudo-great emperors were fairly strong, which pseudo-great emperor had the guts to make a move on a great emperor's daughter? Even if Yao Lin had done something incredibly offensive, she would only be slightly punished at most, but to kill her guards and even capture her was tantamount to completely offending Yao Jun. Are you certain? Mu Huang asked with a frown. Li Wui looked at Yang Kai, who replied with a serious face, Junior is certain. I could tell it was Yao Lin, and Xiaoqi also recognized Yao Lin at that time. Hearing Yang Kai call his darling daughter so intimately, the corners of Xiaoqi's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he deeply stared at this boy with a meaningful look on his face. Li Wui coughed and cut in at that moment to ask, Should I inform Serene Soul Palace of this? Mu Huang gave consent with a nod. And we have to inform them. If it's all some misunderstanding, that couldn't be any better. But if what you say happened really happened, the sooner old Yao Jun knows, the better. Having said so, Mo Huang took out a jade slip and engraved a message into it with his divine sense. Then, he flicked his wrist as the jade slip disappeared into thin air following a surge of space principles. Seeing this, Yang Kai understood what happened right away. Mo Huang and Yao Jun should have used Li Wuyi's space beacons to establish a line of communication between them. This wasn't surprising as both of them were great emperors as well as residents of the Eastern Territory. It was normal for neighbors to have a way to contact each other. Mo Huang then switched the topic and asked, looking at Yang Kai, Did anything unusual happen on Dragon Island? Yang Kai immediately replied, having understood what he was ultimately asking about. Everything went well. Third Elder hasn't received any harsh treatment and was very happy when Xiaoqi went to see her. Mo Huang's expression turned softer as a smile spread on his lips. That's good to hear. He then asked, they didn't embarrass you this time, right? If Fu Xian and Zhu Qing's fate were connected, Yang Kai and Mo Huang were also considered to be connected by the same fate. They were both married to dragon women and weren't liked by Dragon Island. Yang Kai touched his nose as he replied, the situation was a bit awkward at first, but in the end, all our misunderstandings were resolved. Mo Huang asked in amazement. Resolved? What do you mean? Even though he was a great emperor, he couldn't help but be surprised after hearing this. Yang Kai replied casually, it means what it means. Mo Huang looked at him with a brilliant look on his face. Don't tell this king that Dragon Island is no longer hostile to you? Yang Kai forced a cough. In the beginning, there were indeed a bit, but later, they were quite warm to me. Warm? Mo Huang's eyes were almost ready to pop out when he heard this. He was simply astonished by Yang Kai. Li Wuyi also looked at Yang Kai with a strange look on his face. Warm could describe many things out there, but it couldn't be spoken in the same breath with the Dragon Clan. How can the Dragon Clan be warm to someone? Mo Huang was hunted and attacked by Dragon Island just because he had a daughter with Fu Xian even when he was a great emperor. They even almost launched a full-scale attack on Spirit Beast Island. Although Yang Kai could be counted as a rising star, he was still just a junior. Mo Huang had far greater strength and status than Yang Kai. So how could the latter get preferential treatment from Dragon Island while a great emperor was treated with disdain and hostility? Fu Zhuan isn't that easy to talk to, right? Naturally, Yang Kai could easily dispel the doubts in their hearts, but he found it bothersome, so he just scratched his nose and stated, Xiao Qi knows the whole story. Senior can ask her when you have the free time. He also didn't want to give a detailed explanation here, otherwise, he would need to bring up the matter of Yangshao, which would take more than 1 or 2 sentences. Right then, space principles fluctuated. The trio promptly sensed it, and Mo Huang reached out to catch a jade slip that appeared out of thin air. This jade slip was different from the one he had taken out previously. This was obviously a reply from Serene Soul Emperor. After checking it, Mo Huang frowned and informed the others, Yao Lin may really have been kidnapped. Why do you say that, sir? Li Wuyi asked. Mo Huang crushed the jade slip and explained, shaking his head, Yao Jun can't reach Yao Lin or her guards. If he couldn't reach her, it means that things aren't looking good for her, and coupled with what Yang Kai has reported, Yao Lin's capture is all but confirmed. Do you have urgent business? Mo Huang asked Yang Kai again. Yang Kai had no idea why he was asking, but he still replied, shaking his head, I don't have any urgent matters to attend to for the time being, but since my business in the Eastern Territory is over, I was preparing to return to the Northern Territory. Mo Huang added with a nod. Since you aren't in a hurry, stay here for a few days. Someone from Serene Soul Palace will be coming to ask you some questions. The kidnapping of Yao Lin was a matter of great importance, and as the primary eyewitness to the crime, Serene Soul Palace naturally had some questions to ask Yang Kai. Of course, Yang Kai understood this, so he immediately agreed. Good. He was planning to stay on Spirit Beast Island for a few days anyway. First to enjoy the beautiful scenery, and second to arrange a space array here. This way, whether he wanted to travel to Spirit Beast Island, or travel between Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island, it would be far more convenient. Having bid farewell to Mo Huang, Yang Kai was led to a courtyard by the sea by Li Wuyi. The courtyard was quite spacious and had beautiful scenery surrounding it. He could relax by the beach here, watching the tides come and go. The next day, Yang Kai accompanied Mo Xiaoqi to sightsee Spirit Beast Island. The island itself was fairly large and was protected by an enormous spirit array. Outsiders couldn't find Spirit Beast Island from the outside. Only those who knew its location would be able to come here. The world energy on the island was incredibly rich, and the mountains and rivers here painted an extremely beautiful picture. From time to time, one could catch sight of rare and exotic beasts wandering about, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. Martial Beast Great Emperor pursued the grand Tao of beast taming, so there was no shortage of monster beasts here. Spirit Beast Island also had its beast seekers, who searched for rare beasts year-round. Today, there weren't many people living on Spirit Beast Island, but the number of monster beasts living on it was at least 800, and each of them was an extraordinary existence. These monster beasts all had a high level of sentience too and were especially close to Mo Xiaoqi. What was rare was that Mo Xiaoqi had given each of them a name and remembered all of them. Of the many monster beasts living on Spirit Beast Island, Xianxia was most impressed by a 7-colored elk. It was short compared to the other monster beasts, just 10 meters tall or so, but it was a descendant of the ancient divine spirit 9-colored elk, and as such was quite extraordinary. After a brief tour, Xianxia was full of emotions. On the surface, Spirit Beast Island was only managed by a few masters, but in fact, each of these monster beasts here had extremely fearsome combat power. After 2 days, Xianxia, led by Li Wuyi, came to a suitable place and prepared to arrange the space array. Originally, Li Wuyi wanted to arrange it himself while Xianxia supervised and guided him, but if it was really arranged by Li Wuyi, it would fail to connect to the various space arrays already arranged by Xianxia in various places, defeating its original purpose. Left with no choice, Li Wuyi could only let Xianxia do it himself while he observed and emulated. Last time, he got the chance to witness this process in Heavenly Wolf Valley, so this would be the second time. Both of them were proficient in the Tao of space, and space arrays and space beacons had many similarities, so when Xianxia was finished laying out the space array, Li Wuyi had already mastered it. In the future, he too could arrange a cross-territory space array like Xianxia, through which he could travel to and fro anywhere he wanted. However, whether space arrays were more convenient or space beacons were, it was hard to say. The array could send more people at once, but it was cumbersome to arrange. On the other hand, beacons were convenient to refine but had many more limitations on their usage. On the 5th day after Xianxia came to Spirit Beast Island, the people from Serene Soul Palace finally arrived. In the main hall, Xianxia hurried over with Mo Xiaoqi after having received the news. Before going in, he saw 2 Emperor Realms Masters standing on either side outside the hall. They were radiating a strange aura that was a little dark and gloomy, and that Xianxia found somewhat familiar. After giving it a second thought, it was similar to the aura of Netherworld sect cultivators. He immediately understood that these 2 Emperor Realm Masters should be the members of Serene Soul Palace, but since 2 Emperor Realm Masters were guarding the door, the person who had come from Serene Soul Palace must have a very high status. Did Serene Soul Great Emperor come in person? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he immediately froze in place. To be honest, if Serene Soul Great Emperor really arrived, Xianxia still had no idea how he should deal with it. After all, he almost killed Yao Lin a while back and provoked Yao Jun into appearing with his soul descent. Only then did the conflict back then stop, but Xianxia's actions were still enough to be taken as offending the Great Emperor. Xianxia didn't really want to kill Yao Lin back then, as his objective was simply to draw out someone to negotiate with, but he also didn't care if he really killed her either. Furthermore, everything was Yao Lin's fault. As long as Serene Soul Great Emperor remained reasonable, there was no reason to blame him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let him go at the time. Having adjusted his mindset, Xianxia strode into the hall under the eyes of the 2 Emperor Realm Masters. Inside, Li Wuyi was speaking to a woman in noble attire. The woman looked cold with long silky hair that cascaded down her light green dress, giving her a mature charm and elegance. Coupled with towering peaks and a tight ribbon around her waist, this woman, who looked roughly 30 or so years old, was no doubt a ravishing beauty that could easily provoke the fantasies of men. An old woman with gray hair stood behind this woman, her eyes somewhat murky, as if she already had one foot in the coffin. But whether it was the middle-aged woman or the old woman, both of them were in the Emperor realm. The cold middle-aged woman was a third-order emperor, while the old woman was second-order. When Xianxia arrived, an anxious and angry look appeared on the cold-looking woman's face. Obviously, she was anxious and impatient. When she was talking to Li Wuyi, she even spoke in a perfunctory manner while not showing the slightest respect. Seeing Xianxia come in, the middle-aged woman and the old woman turned their gazes on him, and Xianxia suddenly felt as if 2 sharp swords were pointed at him. Xianxia furrowed his brow as a confused look appeared on his face. He didn't know these women, yet he could clearly feel their hostility towards him. "What? Do you have some kind of grudge against me?" Xianxia criticized in his heart. Yang Kai, you're here. Li Wu-yi turned to face him. Yang Kai immediately cupped his fists and greeted, Senior. Li Wu-yi nodded before introducing the two women in a serious tone. This is Madame Rong from Serene Soul Palace, Yao Lin's biological mother. Madame Rong would like to ask you what you witnessed that day. You must reply to her truthfully. Yang Kai was immediately surprised and took a closer look at Madame Rong. No wonder I felt this woman resembled Yao Lin a little. It turns out she is her mother. But if she is Yao Lin's mother, doesn't that make her Serene Soul Great Emperor's wife or concubine? No wonder Li Wu-yi is personally entertaining her. With Serene Soul Great Emperor behind her, Spirit Beast Island obviously can't be neglectful towards her. While thinking such thoughts, Yang Kai cupped his fists politely. Greetings, Madame Rong. Li Wu-yi introduced Yang Kai, pointing at him. Madame Rong, this is Yang Kai whom I was just speaking to you about. When your daughter was kidnapped, he happened to be nearby and can be considered a witness. You may ask him whatever you want to ask. Madame Rong's pair of pretty eyes stared sharply at Yang Kai as a gloomy look appeared on her face. It seemed she hadn't heard anything Li Wu-yi said as she indifferently asked, Are you that Yang Kai? What do you mean by that Yang Kai? Yang Kai momentarily frowned. Are there many Yang Kais in this world? Nevertheless, he nodded. Yes, I am Yang Kai. Madame Rong continued swiftly. You saw Liner captured that day with your own eyes? You're sure you didn't mistake her for someone else? She was asking a question, but her tone sounded less inquisitorial and more accusatorial. Li Wu-yi also heard this and couldn't help but furrow his brow, suspiciously looking at Madame Rong. Somehow, he felt that she was overly hostile to Yang Kai, but as far as he knew, Madame Rong stayed perennially inside Serene Soul Palace. So how could she have any conflicts with him? Since the other party was being impolite to him, Yang Kai naturally responded in kind, indifferently replying, I have already reported everything I witnessed to Senior Marshal Beast. I believe Senior Marshal Beast has also passed that information to Senior Serene Soul. Madam, if you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaoqi too, as she was at the scene as well. The nearby Mo Xiaoqi nodded in agreement. Yes, Sister Yao Lin was indeed taken away by an old man in black. After getting confirmation from Mo Xiaoqi, the little hope Madame Rong was holding onto was immediately quashed. If it was just Yang Kai saying so, she would have doubted him. But Mo Xiaoqi's confirmation didn't give her any room for doubt. Mo Xiaoqi and Yao Lin knew each other, so it was impossible for her to not recognize the other. And combined with the current situation, there was no shred of doubt that Yao Lin had been kidnapped. After falling silent for a while, Madame Rong shouted at Yang Kai through gritted teeth. Why didn't you save her? Yang Kai looked up in amazement, looking at her. Save her? How? Madame Rong angrily shouted. Does this queen need to teach you how to save people? Since Liner was captured, you should have snatched her back. Why did you just watch some strange old man take Liner away while doing nothing? Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Madam, I'm afraid you still aren't clear on the situation. The man who attacked your daughter was a pseudo-great emperor. So what if he was a pseudo-great emperor? Madame Rong became a little hysterical. Pseudo-great emperors are also humans. A pseudo-great emperor was enough to frighten you off? Yang Kai's face turned black. Madam, are you just trying to find fault with me? What was going on? Since it was related to Serene Soul Palace, Yang Kai didn't have any complaints about someone coming here to ask him some questions. And at Marshal Beast Great Emperor's request, Yang Kai was willing to cooperate with the investigation. But who would have thought that Madame Rong would turn hostile from the very moment they met and was now screaming at him, accusing him of not saving Yao Lin. Yang Kai wanted to pry open this woman's head to see whether it was filled with water. Serene Soul Great Emperor's concubine, is this crazy? Bold. The old woman behind Madame Rong shouted at Yang Kai. You dare to speak to Madame like this? Slap your mouth. Yang Kai stood gawking at her. What ignorance! Madame Rong being a little out of her mind is still somewhat acceptable. After all, her daughter was just kidnapped. But what's the deal with this old woman? Seeing his indifferent face, the old woman grew angrier and shouted again. Are you still not doing it? Her pair of muddy eyes suddenly bloomed with a terrifying gleam as she fiercely glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's brow momentarily twitched as he asked her incredulously, "Are you asking me to slap myself?" The old woman sneered, "Since you like to play dumb, then don't blame this old woman for bullying you." As she said this, her skinny and dried-up figure swooped towards him like a hawk, raising her arm and slapping towards Yang Kai's cheek. Her palm was surging with Emperor Qi as clearly she was really trying to slap Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately blew his top and shouted, "It's in my virtue to respect the old and take care of the young, but that doesn't mean that I will allow others to disrespect me." He didn't want to quarrel with the old woman, after all. She was clearly getting on in years and fighting her would be nothing less than bullying. But the other party was now trying to slap him, so how could Yang Kai remain indifferent? His Emperor Qi surged as he palmed back in response. Li Wuyi rubbed his forehead as he heaved a sigh. He too had not expected for things to take such a turn. He thought that it would just be some routine questioning, so how could he have known that they would resort to blows after just a few questions? As an outsider, he naturally knew who was right and who was wrong, and was even a little angry in his heart. After all, this was Spirit Beast Island. Yang Kai might not officially belong to Spirit Beast Island, but he was their little princess friend. Even if these two were from Serene Soul Palace, they should give him some face. If their eldest young lady's friend was slapped on Spirit Beast Island, would Spirit Beast Island still have any face left? So, even though he was able to prevent the conflict, Li Wuyi didn't do so. He wanted to teach this old woman a lesson and let her know who was the master here. Although the old woman was a second-order emperor, her strength was clearly in decline as her vitality was severely withered. On the other hand, Yang Kai was no ordinary second-order emperor. Since this old woman wasn't thinking straight, Li Wuyi knew that she was definitely going to suffer. Sure enough, the old woman's majestic blow was completely quashed under Yang Kai's counterattack. The moment their palms came in contact, the expression of the old woman immediately changed as she felt an immense power surging towards her like an oncoming ocean. It wasn't even a clash when their palms met, just a complete overpowering. With a crisp slap, the old woman somersaulted a few times through the air before she crashed onto the ground, losing quite a few of her teeth. She somehow tried to get herself back up, but before she could get up, she spurted a mouthful of blood and her vitality plummeted all of a sudden. Looking up from the floor, she shouted in disbelief as she glared at Yang Kai. "You dare to attack me?" Her speech was a little slurred. After all, she had lost a number of teeth just now. Yang Kai flicked his sleeve and said with a mocking look on his face, "You can try again if you'd like." Madame Rong was left dumbfounded by such an unexpected turn of events, and only after some time did she come to her senses and scream in anger. "Little bastard, you court death." Although the relationship between her and the old woman was technically that of master and servant, it was much closer to mother and daughter. Seeing the old woman slapped, Madame Rong's eyes turned red with rage, and ignoring her status completely, she immediately wanted to teach Yang Kai a harsh lesson on behalf of the old woman. Just as Madame Rong's Emperor Qi surged though, a shout resounded in the hall. "Enough!" Space seemed to freeze and Madame Rong instantly felt as if a few mountains were pressing down on her, making it a little hard to breathe. Her pretty face turned ashen as she tenderly shouted, gritting her teeth and looking to one side, "Li Wuyi, what do you think you're doing?" Even if Li Wuyi didn't really make a move, just mobilizing the local space principles was enough to render her powerless. Li Wuyi indifferently stated, "This king doesn't want to see Madame Rong embarrass herself, that's all. I hope Madame Rong will remember to conduct herself in a manner appropriate to her status in this place. This short-sighted woman thinks that she can do whatever she wants just because her cultivation is higher than Yang Kai's? If I didn't stop you, you would be lying next to that old woman coughing up blood as well." It was fine if the old woman got beaten. After all, she had treated others with contempt and had spoken rudely, but Madame Rong was Serene Soul Great Emperor's wife. If she really got beaten by Yang Kai on Spirit Beast Island, while Spirit Beast Island might not suffer any consequences, things would become a little difficult for Yang Kai. What was difficult to understand was why Serene Soul Great Emperor would let these two come to conduct the questioning. Was there no one else in Serene Soul Palace? Are you looking down on this queen? Madame Rong's face turned extremely dark. Although Li Wuyi's words were vague, how could she not understand what he was implying? Li Wuyi clearly meant that she wasn't as strong as Yang Kai. I might be a woman, but I am still a third-order Emperor Realm Master. This Yang Kai is just a second-order Emperor, so how am I worse than him? Li Wuyi must just be intervening to protect him. Now I know why Yao Lin's character is so terrible. It's all because she has a mother like you. It would be strange if she was the least bit virtuous. Yang Kai coldly snorted. I guess, Yao Lin not only inherited Madame Rong's beauty, but she also inherited her personality. Sure enough, a loving mother makes a wastrel. Madame Rong lashed out at that comment. Whatever Linner's behavior is, it's not your place to judge. She then turned her gaze at Li Wuyi and asked, Are you going to let me go or not? Judging by her stance, she was hell-bent on teaching Yang Kai a lesson. Li Wuyi's eyes slightly drooped as he indifferently stated, Not long ago, Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land were destroyed. I believe Madame Rong should have heard about it. Madame Rong furrowed her black and curvy brows, wondering why Li Wuyi brought up this seemingly unrelated topic now. So what? Li Wuyi added, Madam, how would you compare yourself against Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng? Are you stronger or weaker than them? Madame Rong asked in a grim voice. What do you want to say? Li Wuyi heaved a sigh, deeply staring at her. This woman can't be reasoned with. She's just too foolish. Only her beauty has grown with age, not her brains. Who knows what serene soul great emperor saw in her? Even someone with lower intelligence could guess after hearing this, but she still has no idea. Even though Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land were ultimately destroyed by the Ahan Temple, the root cause was that most of these two great forces masters were killed, and the one who killed them is standing before you. You? Madame Rong still didn't figure it out as she stared at Li Wuyi in confusion, wondering why Li Wuyi would make a move against the leaders of Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land. Could it be that those people provoked him somehow? In contrast, the old woman's eyes flickered with shock as she glanced toward Yang Kai before she whispered something in Madame Rong's ears. Madame Rong's face immediately changed as she finally turned her attention to Yang Kai. Does Madame still want to seek redress? If you insist, then it will be at your own risk. This Li will not interfere any further. Li Wuyi indifferently stared at her. Madame Rong appeared to be struggling, but finally, she flicked her sleeve and snorted. This queen does not want to bully the weak. Are you kidding me? This boy annihilated so many Emperor Realm Masters from two of the top forces in this territory, so there's no way I am his opponent. If I insist on attacking him, I will be the one to suffer in the end. Instead, she just bitterly stared at Yang Kai and declared, This queen will remember this. Boy, you best watch yourself. We're leaving. After speaking, she turned around and walked out with the old woman. Before leaving, the old woman gave Yang Kai a glare of hatred, seemingly wanting to burn his image into her memory. After all, she had never suffered such a huge loss before, so she was extremely angry. She might have aged and was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but with Serene Soul Palace's backing and Madame Rong's support, anyone in the Eastern Territory who saw her had to treat her with respect. She had never been slapped, much less lost teeth before. In the main hall, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi exchanged a glance, both of them feeling speechless. A few days ago, they heard that someone from Serene Soul Palace would come to ask Yang Kai a few questions, but they had never thought that things would turn out like this. Li Wuyi asked with a bitter smile, Does Madame Rong have some enmity with you? Yang Kai denied, shaking his head. This is the first time I've ever met her, so how would I have any grievance with her? Li Wuyi curiously asked. Then why did she turn so hostile the moment you met? If she wasn't holding some preconceived impression of him, why would the conversation have become so heated so quickly? In truth, there was no need for this questioning at all, as Yang Kai had told everything he knew to Emo Huang already, and Emo Huang had in turn passed that information along to Serene Soul Palace. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai thoughtfully mentioned, Perhaps it's because of Yao Lin. I had some conflict with Yao Lin in the past and came close to killing her, so it wouldn't be a surprise if she told her mother about me. which led to her being so hostile. Li Wuyi agreed with a nod after hearing this. This makes sense. Such short-sightedness should not be taken seriously. Although Yang Kai said he and Yao Lin had some conflict, that was all in the past. Now that Yao Lin had been kidnapped, if anyone else had come here to ask questions, he or she would have definitely been eager to learn as much as possible about the situation at that time, rather than trying to show off their dominance and arrogance. But since Madame Rong had done this, it wasn't Yang Kai's fault, and the old woman with her had practically asked for a beating. Nonetheless, even if Serene Soul Great Emperor wanted to, he would not be able to do anything just for the sake of an old woman, as his focus right now would be on tracking Yao Lin's whereabouts. Yang Kai had remained on Spirit Beast Island mainly because he was waiting for the emissary from Serene Soul Palace. So now that this matter was settled, it was time to return home. As such, he went to meet Mo Huang and bid him farewell. And after Li Wuyi, Mo Shaoqi, and Zhou Feng said their goodbyes, Yang Kai finally stepped onto the space array. After shuttling through the void, a flash of light blinded his eyes, and in the next moment, Yang Kai appeared in High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. The disciples guarding the space array immediately sensed his arrival, and upon seeing it was Yang Kai, they promptly bowed and greeted him. At the same time, one of the disciples went to report to Xianxia as she had specifically instructed that as and when Yang Kai returned, she was to be immediately notified. They really had no choice. If anyone was to blame, it would be their irresponsible palace master who only ever showed his tail but never his face. The time Yang Kai spent in High Heaven Palace was probably shorter than the time he spent outside of it. Furthermore, every time he left, he would be gone for a few years to even over a decade. This time it was better as he only left for a year or so. Last time he went to the star field, he had been gone for over a dozen years. Although Xianxia was the head manager of High Heaven Palace, she was only head manager in the end, and there were many things she needed to report to Yang Kai about. It was Qi's first time coming to High Heaven Palace, but he had learned that this young master of his had founded a sect in the Northern Territory a while ago. Furthermore, it wasn't a small sect and had many masters. Since he had finally arrived here, he naturally wanted to look around. After informing Yang Kai, Xianxia began to tour the peaks of High Heaven Palace. His arms folded behind his back like he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. Naturally, Yang Kai let him go before he flew over to High Heaven Peak. After sorting things out, Yang Kai finally let Yang Xiao out. As soon as the little fatty appeared, he started complaining, "Adoptive father, why did you keep me locked up for so long?" As expected of a true dragon, Yang Xiao had taken just 3 days to recover from his injuries after Yang Kai and the two with spirits treated him. However, Yang Kai didn't let him out on Spirit Beast Island as he was worried that this boy would get into trouble. Only when they returned to the High Heaven Palace did Yang Kai finally let Yang Xiao see the sun again. "I am your adoptive father, so what I say goes. Why do you have so many complaints?" Yang Kai snorted. Yang Xiao rolled his eyes at him before speaking with an apologetic smile. "Adoptive father, please calm down, I was just saying." He then looked around and asked, "Where are we?" "The Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace." Yang Xiao blinked in confusion. Yang Kai added, "High Heaven Palace is my sect. You will live here in the future. Remember to be on your best behavior and don't go causing trouble. Understand?" "I understand." Yang Xiao nodded like a chicken pecking rice before curiously looking at Yang Kai and asking, "Adoptive father, you said that the High Heaven Palace is your sect. Does that mean you are its palace master?" Yang Kai nodded his confirmation. Yang Xiao jumped around in joy after hearing this. "Ha ha ha. Doesn't that mean that this young master is the young palace master?" After speaking, his face beamed with joy as he asked again, "Adoptive father, how many disciples does our High Heaven Palace have? How strong are they? This little brat sure adapts quickly." After learning that Yang Kai was High Heaven Palace's master, Yang Xiao immediately started calling it our High Heaven Palace. Obviously, he regarded this place as his home already. Having said that, Yang Kai was his adoptive father and High Heaven Palace was Yang Kai's home, so it was reasonable to say this was his home too. "You will come to know in the future," Yang Kai scolded him with a straight face. After having said this, His expression changed as he looked towards the front. Hua Qingxi walked in with an aggrieved look on her face, glaring at Yang Kai as she greeted him with a bow. Palace Master. Sister Hua. Yang Kai smiled widely. Hua Qingxi stated with a snort. Palace Master. You finally remembered to return. Yang Kai coughed awkwardly as he replied. High Heaven Palace is my home. Why would I not return home? Hua Qingxi stated. When so many of the disciples migrated to the Southern Territory, you just flicked your sleeve and ran off. Now that I have finally finished all the arrangements, you suddenly return. Palace Master, your life is really carefree. You're making your elder sister Hua truly envious. Yang Kai averted his eyes awkwardly as he tried to justify himself. An able man is always busy. And, right, is there anything for me to deal with? What about the Orthodoxy Temple branch? With 3 monster kings overseeing it, what could possibly happen? What about the Northern Territory? Business as usual. And that's good then. Yang Kai let out a hearty laugh. It looks like our High Heaven Palace is thriving under Sister Hua's management. Whether I am here or not, it makes no difference. Enough with the flattery. I'm here to say goodbye. Yang Kai was shocked. Say goodbye. Hua Qingxi heaved a sigh as she replied. If I continue to toil so hard, this Sister Hua will turn old in just a few years. I don't want to die of stress and overwork so young. While speaking, she flashed a beautiful smile at Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai still not understand that she was complaining to him rather than really wanting to leave? But then again, she was indeed quite exhausted. She had to manage the distribution of basic life necessities and cultivation resources for over 100,000 disciples. And then there was the matter of transactions between the Northern Territory and Southern Territory. And now, there were also all kinds of trivial matters on the Orthodoxy Temple branch side that she had to deal with. In the end, a person's energy was limited. Since Hua Qingxi broke through to the First Order Emperor realm, her cultivation had barely increased because she had no time to cultivate at all with all the responsibilities she had to take care of. Currently, High Heaven Palace's management was still in its development stage. The 6 monster kings might be strong, but in the end, they were still monster kings, so it was impossible to ask them to manage administrative tasks in High Heaven Palace. If they really did that, the entire High Heaven Palace would fall into a mess in short order. Now, there was only second manager Bian Yuqing in the entire High Heaven Palace who could help Hua Qingxi, so it was a predicament that she would be stuck in this busy period for a long time. Thinking of this, Yang Kai began to feel guilty. Hua Qingxi was also a cultivator, so she pursued the peak of the martial Tao. But now, she was distracted by so many trivial matters she couldn't even find time to cultivate. It really wasn't fair to her. However, before Yang Kai could speak, a crisp voice rang out from the side. Beautiful big sister, what's your name? Hua Qingxi's attention was immediately attracted to this unexpected voice, as only now did she notice that there was another person in the room. A tender little fatty with a tinge of innocence, long eyelashes, and a handsome pinkish face that looked like it was carved from jade caught her eye. She immediately exclaimed as she stretched her hand out and asked, pinching Yang Zhao's cheek, giggling, "Who's the cute little one?" Powerless, Yang Xiao had his cheeks squeezed by her as he smiled even more happily. "Big sister, you're so pretty." "Sister Hua, don't be fooled by this smelly brat's act," Yang Kai shouted in his heart. Unfortunately, every woman loved hearing compliments like these. Hua Qingxi was stunned for a moment. Then she asked, giggling and pointing her slender finger at Yang Xiao, "Little one, how sweet of you." She then looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Who is he?" "Palace Master. Where did you abduct him from?" Yang Xiao smilingly replied, "I am father's son." Hua Qingxi's laughter abruptly caught in her throat as her pretty eyes bulged in surprise. She looked at Yang Xiao and then at Yang Kai, then back at Yang Xiao, as if she wanted to see if there was something in common. However, it seemed that there was no similarity between the two. Yang Kai swiftly broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "Adoptive father and adoptive son." Hua Qingxi heaved a sigh of relief before nodding in understanding. "I was wondering how you had such a big child after leaving for just over a year. So he is your adoptive son. If he was really Yang Kai's kid, it would have been a real mess. The palace master has 4 wives, but none of them have ever given birth. If he suddenly brought a child back from another woman, it would be a great scandal. Adoptive father is also father, and once a father is forever a father, Xianxia stated with a serious and righteous look on his face. Yang Kai was very pleased after hearing this, while Hua Qingxi also added, "This little one is quite a sweet talker. What's his name?" Yang Xiao. Hua Qingxi's expression suddenly turned weird, wondering if this boy was really Yang Kai's kid. Otherwise, why would he even have the same surname? If he is an adoptive son, why would be he surnamed Yang? But she didn't dwell on the issue. The only person who was going to have a fire in his backyard would be Yang Kai. As such, Hua Qingxi gave Yang Zhao's cheeks another squeeze before praising, "A good name. Said a tiger would never beget a dog. Your adoptive father is the dragon among men. Your achievements should not be too bad either." Yang Xiao giggled and stated, "If adoptive father is a dragon among men, then I will become a true dragon." Hua Qingxi praised, "Ambitious. I like it." She had no idea that Yang Xiao was really a member of Dragon Clan. If she did, who knows what she would have thought. Hua Qingxi switched the conversation at that point and reported, "By the way, Palace Master, an old man with a fierce and sinister look is strolling around the peaks inside the palace. When the disciples asked him who he was, he said he came with you. He's Xianxia." Yang Kai casually replied, "Xianxia." Hua Qingxi furrowed her curvy dark brows. Such a strange name. Wait, Xianxia? Hua Qingxi's pretty eyes widened as she suddenly came to a realization. She immediately tried to confirm her assumption, looking at Yang Kai in surprise. "Palace Master? By Xianxia? You mean the Xianxia, or is it just a similar name?" Yang Kai smiled. "He's exactly who you think." "Oh no!" Hua Qingxi's expression changed. "What happened?" Yang Kai curiously looked at her. Hua Qingxi's face twitched as she reported, "The disciples reported that an unfamiliar old man was wandering around and didn't look like anything good. So I summoned Monster Xianxia and asked him to look into the situation. Nothing should go wrong, right?" Yang Kai assured, smiling. "Monster kings live in the ancient wildlands year-round and have met several divine venerables, so they should be able to differentiate Xianxi's aura from ordinary people's." Even as he said so, though, a bit of nervousness crept into his expression as he muttered, "Well, it depends on how the Monster King acts." Hua Qingxi nodded and hurriedly took out a communication artifact to contact Xie Wu Wei. After a moment, Hua Qingxi wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. Fortunately, nothing serious happened to Monster Xianxia. "Nothing serious?" Yang Kai asked hesitantly. Hua Qingxi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she reported, "Monster Xianxia seems to have made some impertinent remarks, and was then taught a lesson by Senior Xianxia. Now, Lady Lu Yen and the 2 other Monster Kings have rushed over after hearing the news. The old fart is a constant source of trouble." Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Meanwhile, on a lush and verdant peak, Xie Wu Wei was standing beside Xianxia with an awkward look on his face. Xianxia, on the other hand, was standing with his hands behind his back, looking straight ahead with interest. Before coming here, although he knew that High Heaven Palace had a pretty good heritage and that masters floated about it like clouds, he never expected it to be so good. There were 3 Monster Kings here, as well as a lot of other Emperor Realm Masters. However, in his opinion, this still wasn't much, as none of these people could enter his eyes. Now, though, the little girl in a fiery red dress standing opposite him had caught his attention. The aura of a divine spirit. This little girl was radiating the aura of a divine spirit. Furthermore, it was the unique aura of the Phoenix clan. In other words, there was a phoenix in High Heaven Palace. Although Xianxia was confident that, if they really started fighting, this little girl would surely not be his opponent, that was only because age and experience were on his side. He was already an old man from Flowing Time Great Emperor's era, while the other party was filled with youthful vigor. Obviously, this little girl still hadn't reached her limits yet. A Phoenix clan member would definitely climb higher than him in the future. "Who are you?" Lu Yen asked after looking at the unfamiliar old man for a long time. She also felt strong pressure from this sinister old guy and immediately identified him as one of the strongest enemies she had ever faced in her life. The last time she felt this kind of pressure was when she was on Dragon Island, facing the great dragons. Xianxia smiled. "Who are you, little girl?" Lu Yang's face sank. "I asked you first?" Xianxia laughed. "Do we have to answer in order?" Xia Wu Wei, who was standing nearby, quickly made introductions. "Lady Lu Yen, he is Xianxia. This kin. Ahem, I heard that he came back with the palace master." Xianxia proudly straightened his back as he was looking forward to Lu Yan's reaction after hearing his name. But contrary to his expectations, Lu Yan's face just bloomed with a pleasant surprise as she asked, "Master is back?" Xia Wu Wei nodded and said, "The disciples guarding the space array said that they saw Sir Palace Master return not long ago." As soon as he said this, Lu Yen disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving a long fiery trail behind her. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched, gazing at the departing Lu Yen. He then asked, "The master of that little girl is the palace master of this place, Yang Kai, right?" Xia Wu Wei agreed, nodding. "That's right, sir. Is there any problem?" Xianxia's expression turned quite wonderful, thinking, "What's the problem? He is my young master too. Originally, I thought that a dignified divine spirit like me lost face after I was forced to serve him as my master. But now even a Phoenix clan member is calling him master. It seems me calling him young master is nothing special. Furthermore, Yang Kai was in the good graces of the Dragon Clan on Dragon Island and even had a dragon girl as his wife. More astonishingly, he had become the adoptive father of the son of the great elder and second elder of Dragon Island. Compared to dragons and phoenixes, Xianxia really was a bit lacking. Meanwhile, Lu Yen rushed straight into the main hall and called out to Yang Kai with a smile, "Master." Yang Kai nodded at her. "Lu Yen, you're here. And I heard that you just got back, so I came over." Lu Yen sweetly smiled before she walked to Yang Kai's side. Looking up at him, Yang Kai reached out and patted her head, asking, "Have you met Xianxia?" Lu Yen replied, nodding, "We met. Nothing happened, right?" "Nope, just a small scuffle. Since he came with Master, there's nothing to worry about." While speaking, she suddenly sensed something as she looked to one side, staring straight at Yang Xiao with widened eyes, who was curiously sizing her up in return. When their gazes met, she couldn't help but frown, watching Yang Xiao smiling at her. "Who are you?" "Me? My name is Yang Xiao. Xiao as in soaring through the 9 heavens." Yang Xiao explained proudly. Yang Kai slightly smiled and introduced Yang Xiao. "This is my adoptive son. He will live in High Heaven Palace from now on. Shower, this is Lu Yen, you can call her." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Yang Xiao cup his fist and bow to Lu Yen. "Shower greets big sister Lu Yen. This damn sweet talker." He called Lu Yen big sister just after meeting her. He appeared quite humble and polite, as if he had received quite a good family education. Lu Yan's brow rose slightly before her lips curled upwards in an unreadable manner as she slightly nodded to him, before snuggling next to Yang Kai, ignoring Yang Xiao. Although Yang Kai left not too long ago, with High Heaven Palace now spanning both the northern and southern territories, there were many things he needed to attend to. After he returned, Hua Qingxi naturally had many things to report to him. So inside the main hall, Hua Qingxi began listing off various things. Yang Kai asked a few questions from time to time, and gradually understood the current situation of the entire High Heaven Palace. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Lu Yen, show Shower around. Since he will be living here in the future, he should familiarize himself with the environment." The main reason was that Yang Xiao seemed to be very interested in Lu Yen. Yang Xiao was moving around Lu Yen, but couldn't quite understand what he found interesting, so he kept quiet. Yang Kai knew that this boy had never seen a child around his age before, which would naturally make him interested in Lu Yen. Lu Yen nodded and waved to Yang Xiao. "Follow me." Yang Xiao immediately followed after her, grinning from ear to ear. After coming out of the main hall, Xianxia followed Lu Yen like a tail as he sweetly asked, "Big sister Lu Yen, where should we go now?" Lu Yen tilted her head and looked at him, faintly smiling as she said, "I will show you around." NN. Xianxia kept nodding his head. Obviously, he had no opinion either way. Just as Yang Kai had assumed, since he had never met a child about his age before, his first thought was to make friends upon meeting one. Touring around the mountains and rivers with Lu Yen, Xianxia only felt that this place was much more fun than Dragon Island. Not to mention that it was quite lively. He had found a playmate to accompany him. He thought that it really was a wise choice to come out with his adoptive father. The only thing that dissatisfied Xianxia a little was that big sister Lu Yen was a little reticent. He asked her 10 things, but she would only answer 1 or 2 occasionally. She would basically ignore him other times. Suddenly, Lu Yen came to a halt in a mountain valley full of flowers. Xianxia hurriedly stopped as well and looked around. Slowly, his eyes began to glow in surprise. The mountain valley was extremely beautiful, like a paradise on earth, where hundreds of flowers were competing for beauty, and Lu Yen was beautifully standing here, like the most stunning flower that made the entire world lose its brilliance. As the wind blew by, thousands of butterflies fluttered in the air, painting the sky in a colorful glow, emphasizing Lu Yen's beauty even more so. She looked just like a fairy. Xianxia stood dumbstruck. For the first time in his life since he was born, he truly realized the meaning of the word beautiful. But suddenly, Lu Yen tilted her head and indifferently stated, looking at him, "You should run now." Xianxia, who was looking at her in a daze, was taken aback when he heard this and asked, somewhat confused, "Why should I run?" Lu Yen slowly raised her hand and stretched her index finger as a flash of fiery glow suddenly appeared at its tip. She then gently stated, "Because I'm going to burn you with this." Xianxia was a little dumbfounded hearing this. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he asked, "Big sister Lu Yen, why would you want to burn me? Did I do something wrong?" Lu Yen didn't answer as she just smiled at him. Then, under Xiao's incredulous gaze, her index finger bloomed with a fiery glow forward as she gently pushed her fingertip. The next moment, a fire snake shot straight toward Xianxia. Everything happened so suddenly that even though Lu Yen had warned him, Xianxia couldn't react in time. When the fire snake was almost upon him, he finally came to his senses and promptly retreated several tens of meters back as he shouted, "What are you doing? I didn't provoke you. So why are you trying to burn me without any rhyme or reason?" Xianxia even wondered if there was something wrong with big sister Lu Yen's head. Lu Yen remained silent, still beautifully standing on her spot. But with a single flash of her thoughts, the fire snake chased after Xianxia under her command like it was an extension of her body. As the wave of intense heat blew on his face, Xiao's expression drastically changed. Although he could tell that the fire snake didn't have enough power to kill him, if it really struck, it would definitely be extremely painful. He immediately jumped here and there, dodging desperately. Although he had been born not too long ago and hadn't received any formal training, he was still a member of the Dragon Clan, so he instinctively knew some methods and his movements appeared extremely nimble. For a while, the fire snake couldn't do anything to him. Although the fire snake was extremely hot and fearsome, it didn't cause any harm to flowers and plants here under Lu Yan's precise control, proof of the mastery of her own strength. Xianxia shouted while dodging, "Big sister Lu Yen, why are you doing this? Quickly stop." Lu Yen paid no heed to him as a devilish smile hung on her pretty lips, controlling the fire snake to chase after Xianxia, making him continuously complain. After dodging several times, Xianxia finally flew into a rage and cursed out loud, "Crazy woman, are you sick in the head? We have no grudges or grievances between us, so why?" He had inherited Yang Kai's character to a large extent, so having been teased by Lu Yen so much, he would start to grow angry, and when he really reached his limits, he reacted strongly, causing him to be a little unscrupulous with his words. "What did you just call me?" Lu Yen narrowed her eyes. Her pair of big eyes flickered with a cold gleam as even her voice seemed to have turned into the chilly winds of winter, making Xianxia involuntarily shudder after hearing her. "Crazy woman?" Lu Yen asked and answered, laughing menacingly. Xiao couldn't help having an ominous premonition. So how could he dare to remain here anymore? Finding a chance, he immediately flew off. But even though he was a true dragon, he was born just recently, so how could he be Lu Yan's opponent? The fire snake suddenly split apart, transforming into a fiery net before covering him. Caught unprepared, Xiao was caught by the fiery net and screamed miserably again and again as blue smoke rose from him. The net of fire was extremely hot, and although it wasn't lethal, that didn't mean being scaled by it didn't hurt. Suddenly, a high-pitched dragon roar rang out as Xiao's body glowed white and dragon aura spread into the surroundings. The next moment, Xiao shattered through the fire net and flew off into the distance without even looking back. He felt very wronged. Big Sister Lu Yan is definitely crazy. I really didn't provoke her. I even addressed her politely, but she actually used such a sinister move against me. What kind of people are following adoptive father? I will definitely run back and expose her true face to adoptive father and warn him to be careful of her in the future. Run, run. I told you to run before, but you just didn't listen. A faint voice suddenly called out from his side. Xiao's small face suddenly went blue as he stiffly turned his head to look and saw the devilish Lu Yan running side by side with him. Clearly, she was doing something malicious, but there was only a beautiful, pleasant smile on her face, as if she was the happiest she could be and was having great fun. She's really crazy. Ah! Xiao screamed in horror as any good impression he had of Lu Yan in his heart was completely wiped out. All that was left was a deep fear. He just wanted to stay as far from her as possible. It would be better if he never saw her again in his life. As one ran and the other chased, they disturbed many disciples of various peaks who all cried out in surprise before staring at this unusual pair in wonder. Xiao asked for help numerous times, but the disciples of various peaks didn't recognize him. And seeing that it was Lu Yan who was chasing him, why would they care? They only thought that this little fatty had snuck into High Heaven Palace with impure intentions and gotten caught. From time to time, Lu Yan fired off a fire snake. The fire snakes weren't enough to kill or injure Xiao, but their high temperature was unbearable, causing the boy to cry out from the torture. Damn it! This crazy woman is attacking me just enough to not injure me. If I was hurt even a little, I could go and complain about her to adoptive father, but like this. He also wanted to escape back to Yangkai, but Lu Yan was hot on his tail. Not to mention, he didn't know the way back and High Heaven Palace was pretty vast, so he didn't know where he had escaped to after running around randomly. In line with the saying that a wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him, Xiao begged for mercy several times, but Lu Yan turned a deaf ear to his grief and indignation. Xiao fled all the way to a lush and verdant peak, alarming countless people living there and finally drawing the attention of a certain charming woman. Next to the woman was a little girl who looked like she was carved from jade itself. She was about 4 or 5 years old and was almost as tall as Xiao. Oh, what's going on here? The woman took the little girl's hand and walked out of the wooden building overlooking a lake and was surprised when she saw Xiao being chased by Lu Yan. Xiao rushed straight to the woman and begged her with snot dripping from his nose and tears leaking from his eyes. Help! Someone wants to kill me. The woman's heart ached the moment she turned her gaze to him. The little fatty was in an extremely embarrassing state as his clothes were singed and his hair was a bit burnt, like a little beggar on the street. And what's more, Lu Yan was behind him with a couple of fire snakes circling around her, giving off a fearsome and chilling aura. Maybe it was because the little fatty seemed about the same age as her daughter. The woman's maternal instincts were tickled, and she immediately pulled him behind her and comforted him. Don't be afraid. No one will kill you. She could also tell that Lu Yan had no intention of killing this boy and reckoned that Lu Yan just wanted him to suffer a little. Otherwise, with Lu Yan's strength, how could this little brat have survived until now? She looked at Lu Yan in a little confusion and asked, "What's going on here?" Before this woman, who outwardly was just a first-order Dao source realm, Lu Yan actually assumed a humble and polite attitude. She first withdrew the fire snakes before elegantly greeting, "Greetings, madam." In the entire High Heaven Palace, only one woman could be treated so courteously by her, and that was Yangkai's mother, Dong Suzhu. Back in Hung Luo Starfield, Dong Suzhu was just an origin king, but owing to slow accumulation after coming to the star boundary and the support of the enormous resources of High Heaven Palace, she easily broke through to the Dao Source Realm. After advancing to a higher realm, her appearance had become a lot younger, and she now appeared no older than 25 years old. It would be easy to mistake her as Yang Kai's sister if the two stood side by side. With the woman being Dong Suzhu, the cute and pretty little girl whose hand she was holding was naturally Yang Shui, who she had given birth to a few years ago. The little girl was too young to start cultivating, but it was all right to instill some knowledge into her. When she was at the right age, she could choose a secret art and begin her journey on the martial Dao. Presumably, with High Heaven Palace's unlimited support, Yang Shui's future prospects would be pretty good. "What did this little one do to provoke you?" Dong Suzhu asked, looking at Lu Yen. Lu Yen calmly replied, "He didn't do anything wrong. He just spoke incorrectly." Yang Xiao refused to back down though and stuck his head out from behind Dong Suzhu to shout, "What did I say wrong?" Lu Yen cast him a glance, which caused Yang Xiao to immediately shudder. He hurriedly retracted his head. He was really afraid of her. Who would burn someone on their first meeting just because he or she said something wrong? But even after giving it another thought, he couldn't think of anything he had said that would be considered disrespectful. Dong Suzhu rebuked, "When children make mistakes, just reprimand them a little. What you did is just too pitiful." His parents would feel tormented seeing him like this. If Yang Kai or Yang Shui was tortured like this, she would not have been able to accept it. Lu Yen lowered her brows as she complied. "Yes." Dong Suzhu squatted down and wiped Yang Zhao's face with her sleeve, ignoring the dirt and snot on his face. Immediately, a chubby white face appeared before her, making her happy. "Little one, you're pretty cute. Where are your parents?" She thought that the little fatty resided on some spirit peak around here. Although most of the people in High Heaven Palace were from the lower star field, there were just too many of them to keep track of. It was next to impossible for Dong Suzhu to know all of them, so it was reasonable to say that a kid like Yang Xiao would be from a different peak nearby. "Father is far away." Yang Xiao knew that he couldn't easily reveal his identity, so he gave a vague reply. When he said this, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. He missed his parents a little now, but mainly because he was afraid of being tormented by Lu Yen. If he had stayed on Dragon Island, he would have definitely been loved and adored by all. How would he have been chased around like a stray dog like this? Dong Suzhu, sensing it was wrong to ask about this, quickly changed the topic and asked another question. "What's your name?" Yang Xiao sniffed before abjectly replying, "My name is Yang Xiao. Xiao is in rising straight to the ninth heavens." Dong Suzhu was overjoyed after hearing this. "Yang Xiao. And what a good name. You have the same surname as my son." Yang Xiao was taken aback. "Your son's surname is also Yang?" "That's right. My son's name is Yang Kai. He is the palace master of High Heaven Palace. Since you are a High Heaven Palace disciple, you should know him, yes." Dong Suzhu introduced her son with pride. Although she would complain a little every time she met Yang Kai, she was very proud of her son. He forged his way to the star boundary alone, toiled hard to lay a solid foundation for High Heaven Palace, and then returned to Hung Luo Star Field to bring so many friends and family here, allowing more than 100,000 people to enjoy far better cultivation conditions. Even if someone might be able to accomplish a similar feat in the future, right now it was definitely unprecedented. Yang Zhao's jaw dropped so wide that an egg could be stuffed into it upon hearing this. What? What? Did I just hear it wrong? This woman is actually adoptive father's mother? If it was just the name, it might be nothing. But how many palace masters can High Heaven Palace have? No wonder this devilish crazy woman is so respectful. So that's how it is. What's wrong? Dong Suzhu was paying great attention to Yang Zhao's words and expressions, so she was now curiously looking at him after noticing there was something wrong with this little fatty's state. Yang Xiao hurriedly straightened his clothes and cleaned his face before he took a few steps back and courteously bowed to Dong Suzhu, solemnly greeting. Grandson Yang Xiao greets grandmother. Now it was Dong Suzhu's turn to be dumbfounded. Even Yang Shui, who was standing by Dong Suju's side, stood gawking at him in surprise. After a long time, Dong Suju broke into giggles before she rubbed Yang Zhao's head and said, "Little one, you can't randomly call just anyone by such a title." Yang Xiao, however, sternly shook his head. "Grandson did not randomly call you grandmother. You are my grandmother. High Heaven Palace Master is my father." Dong Suju couldn't laugh anymore hearing this. Her facial features twitched a little, whereas Yang Shui looked shocked. The little girl might be young, but she was extremely smart, so how could she not understand the meaning of Yang Zhao's words? "What's going on?" Dong Suju turned to Lu Yen and asked using her divine sense, "Is he telling the truth? My son actually has a son, and I didn't even know about it." At this moment, Dong Suju was completely furious. However, she couldn't show it in front of Yang Xiao, so she could only ask Lu Yen privately. "Master said that he is his adoptive son," Lu Yen replied, "and he brought him back from the outside." "Adoptive son?" Dong Suju couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief after hearing this. That scared me, thinking that he had. Although Dong Suju was eager for Yang Kai to find more daughters-in-law and give her grandchildren, his 4 wives at home still hadn't given birth yet. If some random woman from outside gave him a child first, it would be quite a mess for his 4 wives back at home. Since it was an adoptive son, though, there was no problem. Suddenly, something came to mind and Dong Suju turned around and rushed straight into the wooden house. Yang Xiao was confused now. The 3 little figures remaining stood exchanging uncertain glances. After his recent experience, Yang Xiao was truly scared of Lu Yen, so he chose to focus on Yang Shui with a flattering smile on his face. Yang Shui decided to take the initiative here, placed her arms akimbo and asked in a cute voice, "Are you Big Brother's son?" "Big Brother." Yang Xiao was taken aback but immediately understood. "Oh, your adoptive father's sister?" "Hee hee." Yang Shui cutely laughed through her nose. "You are Big Brother's son, while I am his younger sister. What should you call me?" "What should I call you?" Yang Xiao looked confused. And what should you call me?" "Hurry up and call me something nice and I'll give you a nice gift." Yang Shui's pretty eyes lit up. Yang Xiao couldn't help his face from twitching. He now felt that no one inside High Heaven Palace was normal. Lu Yen could torture him with a smile on her face, and now his adoptive father's younger sister was making such incomprehensible demands. While he was thinking so, he suddenly felt a heat wave blowing across his face. When he focused his gaze on the source, he saw a fire snake hovering beside him, calmly staring at him. "You want to burn me again?" Yang Xiao was shocked. Lu Yang strode towards him as she stated in an incomparably gentle voice with a sweet smile hanging on her lips, "Think carefully before you answer." Yang Xiao racked his brain for a while before casting a begging look toward the wooden building. But unfortunately, his grandmother had just gone in to do who knows what and still hadn't come out. He wanted to escape, but he knew that was impossible, so he forced his brain to work even harder to come up with the right answer. Suddenly, in a flash of enlightenment, he excitedly turned to Yang Shui and stated, "Auntie." Yang Shui blinked her big, pretty eyes before looking at Lu Yen. Lu Yen gently nodded, indicating he was right. Yang Shui immediately clapped her hands and stated, "Hee hee. That's right. Tell me, what do you want as a reward?" Yang Xiao powerlessly replied, "I don't want any reward. I only want to return to adoptive father's side. The outside world is too dangerous." "Where are you?" "Adoptive father." "That won't do." Yang Shui shook her little head, flicking her 2 braids left and right. She tilted her head for a moment before making her way to Yang Zhao's side, where she stood on tiptoe and rubbed Yang Zhao's head, muttering in a cute and tender voice, "Good Yang Xiao, great Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao is the best." Yang Zhao's face twitched as he stared at her. The little girl before him was even shorter than him, but she actually dared to pat his head and call him a good boy. He was a member of the dragon clan, and no one would dare touch a dragon's head. But after giving it another thought, she was his adoptive father's younger sister, so seniority-wise, he was indeed lower than her. He had no choice but to resign himself to his fate and smiled bitterly as he asked, Is this a reward? Yang Shui earnestly nodded. N. Mother always rewards Shui like this. Aha, ha. Yang Xiao couldn't only sigh and say, Auntie, you are quite easily satisfied. Yang Shui snorted and angrily rebuffed. You're happy too, right? Yes, yes, I am very happy. Yang Xiao couldn't help but nod. The nearby Lu Yen giggled as she asked, Now do you know what you said wrong? Just as he heard her voice. Yang Xiao couldn't help but shudder and nervously gulp before asking, Ahem, what exactly did I say wrong? Lu Yen didn't answer and just quietly stared at him. Yang Xiao had a bad premonition, like he had reached a critical juncture in his life. He realized that if he couldn't give an answer that satisfied Lu Yen, his future would be quite miserable. Once again, he racked his brains hard, but no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand what his mistake was. Left with no other choice, he pitifully looked at Lu Yen and asked, Can you give me a hint? Lu Yan's lips curled before she turned to Yang Shui and stated, Shui, who am I? Yang Shui immediately called out in a loud and clear, Big sister Lu Yen. Now do you understand? Lu Yen turned back to Yang Xiao. I understand. Yang Xiao fiercely nodded, but inside he was angrily howling in his heart. I understand nothing. Why does her calling you big sister Lu Yen lead to you burning me? Wait! Yang Xiao suddenly seemed to have realized something and timidly glanced at Lu Yang before hesitantly calling out, Aunt, Lu Yen. A smile immediately bloomed on Lu Yan's face as she then declared to Yang Xiao, From now on, I am your great aunt, and Shui is your little aunt. Don't you forget it. Okay? Yang Xiao stood dumbfounded on his spot. That's it. So she chased me around and burned me with her fire just because I addressed her the wrong way? If that was the case, couldn't she have said something earlier? Why did she force me to realize it myself? How was I supposed to know that? Yang Xiao was sad and frustrated, wishing he could smash his head on the ground to death. But right then, the nearby Yang Shui clapped and stated, Right, I am your little aunt, and big sister Lu Yen is your great aunt. We're all one family now. Only ghosts would want to be your family. Suddenly, hurried footsteps could be heard coming from inside the wooden house. Yang Xiao turned to look and saw Dong Suzhu hurrying over with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man bore some resemblance to his adoptive father, and coupled with Dong Suzhu's intimacy with him, Yang Xiao immediately understood his identity. This man must be his adoptive father's father. Yang Yingfeng had been cultivating when he heard Dong Suzhu excitedly running over, saying she has some good news for him. With a look of glee, she told him that their son had adopted a son, a cute and chubby little boy. So Yang Yingfeng came out to check on the situation. When Yang Yingfeng looked at the little boy before him, he realized that it was indeed as Dong Suzhu had said. This little guy was pretty cute, but he also seemed to be in a bit of a miserable state. After gazing at him for a while, he nodded and asked, Is he Yang Xiao? That's him. He said he came back with our son. Dong Suzhu nodded. Yang Yingfeng smiled, but before he could speak, he saw Yang Xiao bowing flat to the ground. Greetings, grandfather. Being addressed as grandfather gave Yang Yingfeng immeasurable joy. Although it wasn't his grandson by blood, judging by the fact that this little one was so sensible at his young age, it was evident that he had received a good education, so he hurriedly raised his arm and said, Get up, let grandpa take a good look at you. Yang Xiao immediately straightened his back and stood at attention, allowing Yang Yingfeng to take a closer look. Yang Yingfeng nodded with a smile. Good. But, since you're my son's adoptive son, why is your surname Yang? Could it be that your family's surname is also Yang? Yang Xiao respectfully replied, Grandson was born with the help of the adoptive father just a few days ago, so when I was born, I asked the adoptive father to grant me a name and received adoptive father's surname. Yang Yingfeng suddenly came to realize before he asked, Your parents had no objections? Yang Xiao smiled. They did not. Then everything is all right. Yang Yingfeng smiled and nodded before suddenly his eyes widened and he asked, Born not long ago? How old are you? Yang Xiao bashfully replied, Xiao was born about 1 or 2 months ago. 1 or 2 months ago. Dong Suzhu and Yang Yingfeng stood in a daze. Lu Yan explained, "He does not belong to the human race. He seems to be from the dragon clan." As a fellow divine spirit, Lu Yan could feel the dragon aura from Xianxia. Dragon clan. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu were greatly taken aback. As far as they knew, Yang Kai had an ambiguous relationship with a dragon girl. The last time he went out, he seemed to be going to Dragon Island, and now he had returned with an adoptive son who was a dragon. Furthermore, his surname was also Yang. Could it be? Where is that smelly brat? Dong Suzhu asked with a stern look on her face. Lu Yan replied, "He is talking with head manager." Yang Kai, who was summoned, hurriedly rushed over to the spirit peak where his parents were residing, greeted and then explained everything to them. Finally, he cleared the misunderstanding and let them know that Xianxia was really not his biological son, just his adoptive son. Dong Suzhu's expression finally changed for the better. She then maternally and earnestly persuaded Yang Kai, "Son, you are not young anymore, and you've already gained a firm foothold in the star boundary. If you really want a child, your mother won't object. Rather, I would be really delighted at the prospect, but you can't keep fooling around outside. You have 4 wives already, so you need to conceive a child with each of them first. Do you understand?" I understand. I'm not fooling around outside at all." Yang Kai repeatedly nodded while at the same time the image of Ji Yao suddenly appeared in his head, inexplicably making him feel guilty. Dong Suzhu, seeing that he was being perfunctory, couldn't help but sigh. "Forget it. You're not a child anymore, so you can take responsibility no matter the outcome. Since you are always out all year round, it's not suitable for Shower to follow you all the time. So, let him live with me. He can play with Schwer too. What do you think?" Yang Kai gave it a thought before agreeing with a nod. Good. With his mother taking care of Yang Xiao, he naturally had nothing to worry about, but before that, he had to first ask Yang Xiao what he thought. If the brat didn't agree, he could do nothing about it. And so, he called Yang Xiao over and asked his opinion. Yang Xiao had no objections and immediately agreed. He could easily tell that he could enjoy his grandmother's protection if he stayed with her. However, if he followed Yang Kai, he might be tortured by his devilish great-aunt, Lu Yan, who would burn him without speaking a word whenever she pleased. Yang Kai was quite surprised by Yang Zhao's response and suddenly felt that this boy's disposition was quite unpredictable. Since Yang Xiao had agreed, he would now be staying by Dong Suzhu's side. Oh. Whether it was the Northern Territory's High Heaven Palace or the Southern Territory's Orthodoxy Temple branch, everything was proceeding smoothly. After returning from Dragon Island, Yang Kai had no plans of leaving anytime soon and was ready to enter a long retreat to digest his recent experiences and consolidate his current cultivation. Ever since he returned to the star boundary from the star field, he had been running here and there and didn't have any time to sit and cultivate in peace. The road of cultivation was fraught with obstacles, which he had to overcome to keep moving forward, so he would rarely have free time and naturally couldn't waste it when he did. But before that, Yang Kai had some other matters he needed to take care of first. At the very least, he had to attend to his wives. Yang Kai first went to Spirit Pill Peak for Xianxia, where he spent a day and night with her, much to the ire of Jiying. Xianxia was the unofficial closed-door disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor, and although they weren't master and disciple on the surface, in reality, that was exactly what they were. Wondrous Pill Great Emperor was filled with praise for Xianxia's alchemy talent, and even went so far as to say that if she found the right opportunity, her future achievements would absolutely not be lower than his own. In other words, she could become the second Wondrous Pill Great Emperor. As Yang Kai ran over to waste Xianxia's time, it would be strange if Jiying was happy. They might be on friendly terms, but when it came to his little junior sister's future, Jiying would absolutely not compromise. He would not let Xianxia's talents go to waste. After Xianxia was Xueyu, who Yang Kai spent day and night with as well. He then set off to Ice Heart Valley, where he dual cultivated with Su Yan. Before leaving, he naturally secretly accompanied Ji Yao in a rather exciting affair. Then, after returning to High Heaven Palace, he stood before the space array, hesitating for a long time. Finally, he heaved a sigh and decided to not go to the ancient wild lands. If he met with his enchantress, his body would be sucked dry and break down. For the first time, he found that having so many women was not necessarily a good thing. He then announced that he was going into retreat and gave orders to not disturb him unless something serious happened. In the best cultivation room in High Heaven Palace, Xianxia sat down cross-legged and dumped out a large number of high-rank source crystals around him. The next moment, his emperor chi surged and the source crystals burst apart, filling the room with incredibly rich world energy. Xianxia continued to throw out source crystals, flooding the room with the world energy to the point it became a fog so dense it was almost tangible. Xianxia then silently circulated his secret art as he cultivated and comprehended the various gains he had on Dragon Island. In the Dragon Temple, the dragon souls of the Dragon Clan's past great elders had passed down to him many Dragon Clan's secret techniques. Each secret technique was extremely powerful and had its own mystical effects, but since all of it was delivered to him all at once, Xianxia still needed to take some time to process and comprehend them before he could use them. This wasn't a task that could be completed overnight. It would require a long period of study, followed by many trials and experiments. Spring went and autumn came. Flowers bloomed then wilted. When one's cultivation reached the Emperor realm, it was quite common for a single retreat to last several years to over a decade. It wasn't even rare for a master to spend an entire century in seclusion. Xianxia had reached the second-order Emperor realm already, so if he wanted to break through again, he would need a long period of accumulation. During this period, he occasionally left his retreat to check up on High Heaven Palace's situation, to see if anything serious had happened. Fortunately, with Xianxia as head manager, everything ran smoothly, which gave Xianxia the time and peace of mind he needed to improve his cultivation and strength. 2 years later, Xianxia, who was steadily absorbing world energy, furrowed his brow and took a deep breath before slowly ending his cultivation and opening the barrier. Xianxia quickly rushed in, cupped her fists, and greeted, "Palace Master, what is it?" Before entering retreat, Xianxia had issued instructions to not disturb him over trivial matters. But now, Xianxia had intentionally disturbed the barrier, so it was clear that something major must have happened. Someone from the Southern Territory had come, saying that he must speak with the Palace Master about something important. Who? Elder Gao Shueting, and Star Soul Palace's Elder Xiao Yuyang. Xianxia was surprised. They came together? Xianxia might not have been too surprised if Gao Shueting had come to talk to him. After all, he was also regarded as a high-rank guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. But why would Xiao Yuyang come too? Yes. Xianxia slightly nodded with a complex look on her face. She used to be a Star Soul Palace disciple, and her master was even one of its elders. But Tan Junhao was too unreliable. He even sacrificed his own disciple for his own benefit and was eventually killed by Xianxia. Since then, Xianxia had left Star Soul Palace and officially joined High Heaven Palace. Still, when she met Xiao Yuyang as the head manager of High Heaven Palace, she couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Did they say anything about their purpose? Xianxia asked. Xianxia shook her head. They didn't say anything, but by the looks of it, it's something bad. Invite them to the main hall. I will join you soon, ordered Xianxia. Having received Xianxia's order, Xianxia withdrew. Xianxia sat on the ground, rubbing his chin. He couldn't understand why these two had come all of a sudden, but he still got up and went straight to meet them. In the main hall, Gao Shueting and Xiao Yuyang were sitting at a long table. Gao Shueting had a familiar cold look on her face, making it difficult to read anything just from her expression. But Xiao Yuyang, on the other hand, appeared to be quite anxious, even looking up from time to see whether Xianxia had arrived yet. It was a rare sight to see someone of his cultivation acting like this. After all, Xiao Yuyang was a third-order emperor. More importantly, he was one of the elders of the hegemon sect of the Southern Territory. He would not bat an eye even if a mountain collapsed right before him. Judging by how anxious he was, it was evident that whatever the situation was, it was far from good. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't make them wait any longer and arrived in the main hall after freshening himself up slightly. Seeing him appear, Gao Shueting lightly nodded, whereas Xiao Yuyang hurriedly greeted, Yang Kai, Elder Xiao. Yang Kai cupped his fists before nodding to Gao Shueting as a greeting. Then, he cut straight to the point and asked, for what reason has Elder Xiao decided to suddenly visit my high heaven palace? Xiao Wuyang was equally straightforward and asked, this Xiao needs your help to save someone. Who? Yang Kai furrowed his brow, wondering if that little brat, Xiao Chen, had some kind of accident. That little brat is an eyesore, but since Xiao Yuyang has personally come, I guess I should give him face. Shouldn't I? Just as he was thinking this through, Xiao Yuyang made a shocking declaration. Her Royal Highness, Princess Lan Sun. Yang Kai was taken aback. What happened to junior sister Lan? Xiao Yuyang replied as a thick gloom appeared on his face. Her Royal Highness was kidnapped. Yang Kai was startled when he heard this and couldn't help staring at Xiao Yuyang with an incredulous expression. He then turned to look at Gao Shueting, but seeing her nod, he realized that he had not heard wrong just now. Lan Sun was kidnapped? Who would dare to kidnap Lan Sun? The apple of the bright moon great emperor's eye. Furthermore, Lan Sun reached the emperor realm some time ago. Although she is just a first-order emperor, she inherited bright moon great emperor's special constitution, so her true combat power is far from what an ordinary first-order emperor can display. What's more, as the daughter of a great emperor, she must have a number of life-saving treasures granted to her by Senior Bright Moon. If someone wanted to capture her, he or she must at least be a third-order emperor. But what madman had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall to get the courage to pull off such an act? While thinking about it, though, Yang Kai's brow suddenly furrowed as he recalled a certain event from 2 years ago. This sounds somewhat familiar. It can't just be a coincidence, right? Faintly, Yang Kai felt a bad premonition and hesitantly asked, do you know who did it? Xiao Yuyang solemnly replied, we have some idea, but it's not definitive. Yang Kai stated, since you have some speculations, why not take decisive action? What about the great emperor? Since Lan Sun was the one kidnapped, the great emperor can't possibly be staying out of this, right? Why even bother coming to me in that case? Although Yang Kai's strength was pretty good, in the end, he was just a second-order emperor. Star Soul Palace was a ruling sect with a great emperor overseeing it, with numerous third-order emperors and quite likely a hidden pseudo-great emperor or two. Yang Kai couldn't figure out why Xiao Yuyang was trying to go around the sun to reach the moon. Xiao Yuyang hesitated for a moment before asking, do you remember the matter of the Orthodoxy Temple? Yang Kai replied, of course. The disaster only happened 3 years ago, so how could Yang Kai have forgotten? But why would Xiao Yuyang suddenly bring that incident up? Xiao Yuyang continued, the Orthodoxy Temple incident was related to the safety of the entire Southern Territory, so it stands to reason that the great emperor should have stepped forward to handle it personally. But in the end, the great emperor never appeared. Did you ever wonder why that was? The Orthodoxy Temple incident was quite serious, but Bright Moon Great Emperor hadn't even shown up. Instead, only a few elders of Star Soul Palace had come to deal with it. Obviously, this didn't make much sense. At that time, Xiao Yuyang said that the Great Emperor had already set off for Orthodoxy Temple, but when he heard that the matter had been resolved halfway through, he went back. No one questioned this statement, but now it seemed there was more to the story. At that time, Princess Lan Sun had already disappeared and the Great Emperor had been tracking her whereabouts, so the Great Emperor was completely unaware of Orthodoxy Temple's incident. Xiao Yuyang explained with a solemn look on his face. Princess Lan Sun had disappeared at that time? Yang Kai was greatly shocked. No wonder I didn't see Lan Sun at the Southern Territory's martial gathering. Although it was a bit strange, Yang Kai didn't think much about it at the time, and it was only now that he finally learned the reason. Frowning, he asked, so, the Great Emperor has not been in Star Soul Palace these past few years? It had been so long since the Orthodoxy Temple incident, so it was impossible for the Great Emperor to not have heard about it unless he was somewhere out of contact. That's right, Xiao Yuyang confirmed with a nod. The Great Emperor only has one blood relative, and since the princess disappeared, the Great Emperor would naturally be anxious, so he had been searching for clues ever since. Furthermore, it could only be done in secret as such news cannot be announced to the public. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. If the kidnapping of a great emperor's daughter was made public, it would create panic as well as a massive public search effort which would only make the situation more chaotic. In that chaos, some may try to take advantage of the situation, or worse, the one responsible might become enraged and silence Lan Xun. A disastrous outcome. A year ago, the palace received a message from the great emperor, but it was garbled and incomplete. The great emperor might have sent it in a hurry, or perhaps he was disturbed when he did, we don't know. In any case, we followed the lead from the message and found a suspicious place, but we were unable to enter it. Why? Yang Kai asked, surprised. With Star Soul Palace mobilizing all its masters, what place could possibly be inaccessible to them? It's a sealed world, so without the corresponding method to open it, no one could enter. Yang Kai suddenly came to realize, which is why you came to find me. Xiao Yuyang nodded. Since you are proficient in Tao of Space, perhaps you can find a way inside. Yang Kai nodded. If it really was a sealed world, then coming to him was definitely the best option for Star Soul Palace. Where is the great emperor now? Yang Kai asked again. Xiao Yuyang shook his head. After sending back that message, we didn't hear from the great emperor again. Yang Kai was shocked. Even the great emperor couldn't send another message? Could it be that something had happened to him? Impossible. Who in the world can threaten a great emperor? But if Lan Xun was used to threaten him, Yang Kai secretly shook his head. He wasn't sure if Lan Xun was taken hostage to threaten Bright Moon Great Emperor, or whether the Great Emperor would really surrender without a fight for his daughter. But more importantly, even if someone did force the Great Emperor to stand down, then why? Even if he did not resist, how could a Great Emperor be detained or killed so easily? This was really a big deal. As if he could tell what was going through Yang Kai's mind, Xiao Yuyang stated, "The Great Emperor has incredible power and strength, so we need not worry about his safety." Since he didn't reply, it must have been because has already entered that sealed world. Yang Kai, I heard that you are good friends with Her Royal Highness, so we came to ask for your help. At the very least, we hope you can open up a passage to that independent world to allow Star Soul Palace's masters to enter and search it. Yang Kai agreed, nodding. Junior Sister Lan has also shown kindness to me a number of times. Since she is in trouble, I can't stand idly by. Xiao Yuyang was overjoyed after hearing this. Originally, he was worried that Yang Kai would decline, but by the looks of it, he was a man who valued friendship highly. But I am curious about one thing, Yang Kai suddenly asked. What is it? Perhaps because Yang Kai readily agreed to help, Xiao Yuyang's attitude became more cordial. As Elder Xiao said, Junior Sister Lan disappeared 3 years ago, and the Great Emperor also started to investigate this case at the time. Since the Great Emperor sent a message a year ago, why did you only come to me now? In the Southern Territory, it wasn't a secret that he could arrange cross-territory space arrays. Azure Sun Temple and High Heaven Palace had an array connecting them, so it would only take a breath to come and go from the two places, so there was no reason to wait a whole year. Xiao Yuyang heaved a sigh. The location of the sealed world is far from the Southern Territory, so it took just over a year to make a round trip from there to here. A whole year's journey? Yang Kai's expression changed. Is it in another territory? And the Western Territory. Xiao Yuyang's voice turned solemn. Yang Kai was struck with realization. So it's in the Western Territory. Going back and forth would really take a long time. No wonder it was a whole year before they came to find me. Speaking of the Western Territory, Yang Kai had some sour memories of it. Back then, when he returned from the revolving world, he had run into Lin Yuner and raised a huge ruckus in one of its top sects. Later, he arranged a space array to bring her back to High Heaven Palace to visit, but who could have anticipated that his space array would be destroyed by someone at the critical moment, causing him and Li Jiao to be the only ones teleported back, leaving Lin Yuner back in the Western Territory. Although Yang Kai didn't see who destroyed it, he was fairly certain it was Iron Blood Great Emperor. If not for Iron Blood Great Emperor's actions that day, it would have been quite convenient to travel to the Western Territory for Yang Kai, but now he would have to waste months flying there. This matter can't be delayed. Yang Kai, if you have nothing to do, let's set off immediately, Xiao Yuyang anxiously suggested. Things had already been dragged out for so long, so who knows what sort of mishap might have happened. As such, he was pressing Yang Kai to depart even a moment sooner. Yang Kai agreed with a nod, and, saying so, he took out a communication artifact and sent Xianxia a message, telling her that he would be going on a trip, and that it was uncertain when he would be returning. Xianxia had also grown accustomed to his sudden outings, so she didn't raise any objections or ask any questions. And so, Yang Kai, Xiao Yuyang, and Gao Shueting set off for Azure Sun Temple via space array. Upon arrival, Xiao Yuyang summoned his flying ship and invited Yang Kai on board before the two flew off. It seemed that he didn't want to delay even a moment longer. Gao Shueting didn't accompany them any further. She had only come along so far to lead Xiao Yuyang to High Heaven Palace. Without her, it would have been impossible for Xiao Yuyang to use Azure Sun Temple's space array. But she had no reason to follow them all the way to the Western Territory. The flying ship was quite fast and Xiao Yuyang paid no heed to exhausting himself and he used all his energy to rush forward. After all, this was related to the great Emperor and Princess Lan Xun, so he was also eager to learn the truth about their situation. On the deck, Yang Kai stood at the bow, his hands folded behind his back, asking Xiao Yuyang all the ins and outs of the matter, but he didn't get much from him as there wasn't much to tell. He only came to know that they found a location by tracing the message sent by the great emperor, and that they were sure that it was a sealed world. As they had no way to open it, Xiao Yuyang was sent to contact Yang Kai. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded before he took out a jade slip from his space ring, engraved a message into it, then flicked his wrist. The next moment, the jade slip slightly shook before it disappeared into thin air. Xiao Yuyang raised his brow. Space beacon. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Elder Xiao is familiar with it? Xiao Yuyang replied. The great emperor also uses this method for long-distance communication. I heard that it was invented by Li Wuyi of Spirit Beast Island. Back then, the great emperor visited Spirit Beast Island and learned of it. I didn't expect you to use it too. Yang Kai added with a smile. I also learned this technique from Senior Li. Xiao Yuyang was surprised. You've met Li Wuyi? Yang Kai nodded. When I went to the Eastern Territory 2 years back, I was fortunate enough to have a discussion with him about the Tao of space. Xiao Yuyang was struck with realization. Right, you can arrange cross-territory space arrays, so it's far more convenient for you to travel between different territories. In that case, you can freely travel between the Eastern, Southern, and Northern Territory. What about the Western Territory? Yang Kai's brow twitched slightly as he muttered. It should have been possible, but the array I arranged was destroyed by someone not long after. Xiao Yuyang was saddened to hear this. Who would be so bored they would go around destroying your array? Yang Kai smiled but didn't reply. Now that he was headed to the Western Territory, he could arrange a new space array, finally connecting all 4 territories together. Who did you just send that message to? Xiao Yuyang curiously asked. Senior Li. Yang Kai didn't bother concealing anything and explained. Elder Xiao might not be aware of this, but 2 years back, Serene Soul Great Emperor's daughter, Yao Lin, was also kidnapped on the East Sea of the Eastern Territory. What? Xiao Yuyang was greatly taken aback. Serene Soul Great Emperor's daughter was also kidnapped? Lan Xun was kidnapped about 3 years ago, and Yao Lin 2 years ago. Although there was a gap of a year between their kidnapping, it wasn't that long a gap considering one happened in the Eastern Territory and the other in the Southern Territory. Could the same person have done it? Xiao Yuyang suddenly thought of a possibility. It's not clear, but the person who captured Yao Lin at that time was a pseudo-great emperor. A pseudo-great emperor. Xiao Yuyang drew a sharp breath. Although he was a third-order emperor, he had only risen to his current realm recently, so if he was up against a pseudo-great emperor, he knew that he would not be his or her opponent. He slowly asked, How do you know about this incident so clearly? You just said that you went to the Eastern Territory 2 years ago, and Yao Lin was also captured 2 years ago. Could it be? That's right, when Yao Lin was kidnapped, I happened to come across the scene. Yang Kai nodded, confirming Xiao Yuyang's guess. Now, 2 years have already passed, so I wanted to ask if Senior Li had any new news. Xiao Yuyang continued, nodding. I want to ask if it was the same person who did it. If so, then that person really doesn't fear the heavens. But what could he possibly be hoping to achieve? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. You'll just have to ask that old man in person when we find him. As they were speaking, a subtle space principle fluctuation pulsed from the bead on Yang Kai's wrist, and soon a jade slip appeared. Yang Kai grabbed it and poured his divine sense into it to read the message. The next moment his face turned serious. What is it? Xiao Yuyang anxiously asked. Elder Xiao should see for himself. Yang Kai tossed the jade slip to him. Xiao Yuyang grabbed and read it before his face drastically changed as well. How is that possible? Disciples and descendants of many great emperors have gone missing? Who could possibly be responsible for this? The great emperors naturally all knew one another, and with a convenient way to exchange messages like the space beacon created by Li Wuyi, it wasn't difficult for them to keep in contact. Furthermore, since Li Wuyi was the creator of the space beacons, it only made sense for Spirit Beast Island to be a hub of information. At the very least, they were better informed than Star Soul Palace. According to Li Wuyi's reply after Yao Lin's disappearance, almost all of Serene Soul Palace's cultivators fanned out, performing an extensive search of the entire Eastern Territory, but unfortunately they found nothing in the end. Yao Lin seemed to have disappeared from the face of the world. Naturally, Serene Soul Great Emperor was very concerned about his daughter after her disappearance, so he sent messages to all the other great emperors, asking them to keep an eye out in their respective territories. Who would have thought that they would receive such a disturbing response saying that descendants and disciples of many great emperors had disappeared, and in a span of just 2 or 3 years, too. As many as 5 great emperors have been drawn into this. In addition to Serene Soul and Bright Moon, Heaven's Revelations Great Emperor, Flower Shadow Great Emperor, and Iron Blood Great Emperor also had their descendants or disciples kidnapped. That meant that Lin Yuner was also missing. Whether other descendants or disciples of other great emperors have gone missing, Spirit Beast Island wasn't clear about it for the time being. After all, not every great emperor used space beacons. But, judging by the current situation, while disciples and descendants of just these 5 great emperors were confirmed missing, perhaps there were still more. Whether others were missing or not, Yang Kai didn't really care. But Lin Yuner's situation was different. After they parted ways in the Western Territory back then, he hadn't seen her again to this day, and he never expected to receive news like this. Xiao Yuyang and Yang Kai glanced at each other, and could clearly see the shock in each other's eyes. Although they had no idea who was responsible for this, they faintly felt that an invisible dark hand had covered the entire star boundary. The descendants and disciples of great emperors had gone missing from various territories of the star boundary, and anyone who had the courage and means to do this could not be ordinary. More likely than not, the one responsible for this incident was some huge and powerful organization. However, what confused Yang Kai was what the goal of the mastermind behind this was. The great emperors were the strongest figures in this world, so it wasn't a good idea to provoke any one of them, much less 5 all at once. After a long silence, Yang Kai finally opened his mouth. Elder Xiao, you said that you had a guess about the perpetrator behind junior sister Lan Sun's kidnapping, but you aren't sure. Dare I ask who you think is responsible for this? Xiao Yuyang pondered for a while before finally replying. Originally, we thought that Shadow Killer Palace was behind it. Shadow Killer Palace. Yang Kai furrowed his brow. He was definitely familiar with Shadow Killer Palace as it was the dominant sect of the Western Territory, a great force helmed by Night Shadow Great Emperor. But this great force was extremely mysterious, just like the Night Shadow Great Emperor himself. No one knew where Shadow Killer Palace was located exactly. All the public knew was that there was a hegemon existence in the Western Territory, but it was almost impossible to meet anyone from it under normal circumstances. Because the message sent by the Great Emperor pointed to a location in the Western Territory? Yang Kai asked. This was a reasonable guess, as no one would dare to attack the daughter of a Great Emperor, unless it was another Great Emperor. The message sent by Bright Moon Great Emperor eventually led to someplace in the Western Territory, which made Xiao Yuyang and the others ultimately make such a conclusion. Xiao Yuyang denied it, shaking his head after hearing this. That is only one of the reasons. There are others as well. Oh, I would like to hear the details. Xiao Yuyang explained. You may not know that the Western Territory's great emperor and our sir are at odds. The two great emperors have a number of grievances with each other. Yang Kai asked in surprise, "Why so?" It's primarily a struggle that originated from their opposing great das. Since Xiao Yuyang had already decided to speak, he didn't have any intention to conceal anything. Just think about the titles of the two sirs. Yang Kai frowned as he murmured, "Bright moon, night shadow?" After murmuring a few times, a stunned look suddenly appeared on his face. Under the bright moon, everything is visible. Nothing is hidden. There is no night shadow. These two sirs were at odds from the start. One represents the light, and the other represents the darkness. Yang Kai frowned and stated, "But how can there be darkness without light?" Xiao Yuyang was stunned for a moment before he failed to stifle his laughter. "You should talk about this with the two sirs and see what they think." Yang Kai's facial muscles twitched before he waved his hands in denial. It was just a casual thought. But since Elder Xiao originally speculated that Shadow Killer Palace was behind Junior Sister Land's disappearance, why didn't you send a representative to Shadow Killer Palace to speak with someone important? Xiao Yuyang heaved a sigh before replying, "Perhaps only a few great emperors know the actual location of Shadow Killer Palace. So how could we know where its headquarters are? What's more, if Shadow Killer Palace was really behind it, then it means that they were prepared to go to war with my Star Soul Palace. Not only that, if they were responsible, would they even bother discussing it with us? Although it was our guess at first because of the relationship with the two sirs, now it seems someone was trying to make Shadow Killer Palace their scapegoat." Yang Kai nodded. If only Lan Xun was missing, this speculation might have merit, but now far too many great emperors were involved. Even if Night Shadow Great Emperor wanted to deal with Bright Moon Great Emperor, he wouldn't have involved others into this dispute. While speculation is just speculation, the possibility also can't be ruled out. After all, the final point is indeed in the Western Territory. We will know the truth after we have found Her Royal Highness and the others. Yang Kai nodded his agreement before both sunk into silence. Xiao Yuyang's heart was weighed down by Lan Xun's safety and Bright Moon Great Emperor's unknown whereabouts. Whereas Yang Kai was concerned about Lin Yuner. He had no idea whether he would find her at the destination of this trip or not. If so, it would be best. He could then rescue her together with the others. If not, where would he even begin to look for her in this vast star boundary? Iron Blood Great Emperor should know about this, so Yang Yen must have also learned about it. Will they take action too? The flying ship was as swift as lightning, and with Xiao Yuyang not holding back in the slightest despite exhausting himself, their pace was extremely quick. However, even if he was a third-order emperor, Xiao Yuyang couldn't sustain such intense output forever. Fortunately, there was Yang Kai to help out. After releasing the controls of the flying ship, the two took turns piloting. When one was resting, the other person would fly ahead at full speed. As such, there wasn't any delay whatsoever. As the journey was long, Yang Kai took the opportunity to intermittently cultivate for a few days. In his spare time, he also discussed various cultivation experiences with Xiao Yuyang. In any case, he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. As the saying goes, wise men correct their mistakes from others' faults. In the end, each had their own harvest from the other's knowledge and understanding. After 2 months, the duo finally reached the borders of the Western Territory. Here, it wasn't suitable to use the flying ship openly anymore. According to Xiao Yuyang, because the relationship between Bright Moon Great Emperor and Night Shadow Great Emperor wasn't amiable, Star Soul Palace and Shadow Killer Palace were also like water and fire. As such, the members of Star Soul Palace had to remain discreet after entering the Western Territory, lest they be discovered and it led to unintended accidents. After disembarking the flying ship, the duo disguised themselves quickly before flying off under their own power. This time, they remained completely silent, alternating between flying and resting. Apart from occasionally looking for hidden mountains and rivers to rest along the way, they spent all their time moving forward. Nearly 5 months later, Xiao Yuyang finally pointed to a vast desert before them and spoke. "Here. It's inside that desert." Yang Kai's expression finally changed after hearing this. He had been constantly rushing forward for the past few months, which was already extremely tiring both physically and mentally. At this time, he couldn't help but grumble about the space array he had arranged back then and how much easier it would have been if it hadn't been destroyed. For various reasons, he had been feeling somewhat anxious and upset during this trip, so now that their destination was in sight, he naturally felt his spirits lift. We're finally here. The two shot straight into the endless desert one after another, disappearing into a cloud of dust and sand in the blink of an eye. Compared to the other territories of the star boundary, the Western Territory's geography was generally desolate. Desert and rock fields could be found almost everywhere, while lush and verdant mountains and rivers were very rare. However, it was this harsh environment that forged a valiant attitude and hardy disposition in the Western Territory's cultivators. There was no end to this vast desert in sight, and when the wind blew, the sky was filled with dust and sand. Visibility was reduced to just 3 meters at times, and furthermore, everything within 10,000 kilometers appeared identical. There was nothing to take as reference for bearing. Even a cultivator with low cultivation might get lost and trapped here forever. Not to mention that there were many unpredictable dangers in the desert. Even an Emperor Realm Master may meet their end here if he or she wasn't careful. After Yang Kai followed Xiao Yang into this desert, he immediately realized the ruthlessness of nature. When the wind started blowing hard, the sand particles blew in his face, striking hard against his Emperor Qi protection, releasing some harsh noises. When he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, Yang Kai found almost no living auras in his range of perception. All he sensed were some monster beasts that were struggling to survive in this difficult environment. After 2 days, when the duo was passing by an oasis, Yang Kai finally called out to Xiao Yang, signaling for them to fly down. Xiao Yang, whose entire figure was covered in dust, doubtfully asked, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai took a glance at him before suggesting, "Elder Xiao, you should take some time to recover. You haven't rested for a long time." Xiao Yang furrowed his brow before denying, "We're almost there. It won't be too late to rest when we arrive." Yang Kai shook his head. "Just rest. This place is perfect to arrange a space array. You don't want to fly all the way back on our return trip, do you?" Hearing this, Xiao Yang finally nodded in agreement. "Good. Then I will leave it to you." Yang Kai waved his hand before he started inspecting the oasis. This place couldn't really be called an oasis, not anymore at least. The water source here had dried, and even the trees were completely dead and dry, leaving only a remnant behind. But compared to the desert filled with sandstorms and dunes, this was the only real option Yang Kai had to arrange a space array. After all, he couldn't arrange a space array in the middle of the desert. If he did that, the array would be buried in sand in just a few days. Although the water source here had dried, since the oasis still continued to exist, it meant that it would not disappear in a short time. It was the best landmark to arrange a space array at. This time, Yang Kai didn't bother trying to conceal the array. In any case, his array could only be activated using the transmission tokens specially refined by him, so even if it was discovered, it didn't matter. The only thing he was worried about was it being destroyed by someone. After picking a place with solid ground, Yang Kai got to work. After toiling hard for half a day, a brand new space array had been laid out. After a thorough inspection and confirming that the array was connected to various arrays he had arranged before, Yang Kai stepped back and nodded in approval. Xiao Yang, sensing this, opened his eyes and asked, "Finished?" "N." Yang Kai nodded. Xiao Yang came over, and after looking at the finished array for a while, he couldn't help but praise. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, this Xiao wouldn't have believed that something like this could be arranged in just half a day. Practice makes perfect." Yang Kai smiled lightly before he threw a transmission token to Xiao Yang. "This is..." Xiao Yang looked curiously at the transmission token in his hand. When Yang Kai explained the purpose of the token, Xiao Yang immediately put it away like he had received a precious treasure. With this thing, it would be more convenient for him to travel everywhere in the future, as he could freely shuttle through any space array arranged by Yang Kai. "When you are free, come to Star Soul Palace and arrange a space array. Okay?" Xiao Yang looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai nodded and agreed. "No problem. He had originally planned to connect the entire star boundary with space arrays, so he had no issue arranging one in Star Soul Palace. After Yang Kai's agreement, the two set off again. After another 3 days, they finally arrived at their destination. As Xiao Yang flew down to the desert, Yang Kai looked in a certain direction in surprise. About 1,000 meters from him, there was a huge pit in the endless desert. The pit spanned over 1,000 meters and was several dozen meters deep. The pit was like a huge funnel embedded in this part of the desert, one that was constantly rotating as a large amount of sand kept slipping into it and disappearing. Yang Kai looked at it in amazement. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have never believed that there was such a peculiar landscape in this world. Who knows how this funnel was formed or how long it had existed, but Yang Kai could sense space principles fluctuating from its bottom. Whatever was at the base of this funnel seemed to be connected to an unknown location. Is this the entrance to the sealed world that Xiao Yang mentioned? Yang Kai carefully inspected and discovered that it was indeed the case. There should be a void corridor at the bottom of the funnel, but who knows where it led to. At this moment, this void corridor seemed to be in a sealed state. However, judging by the traces Yang Kai noticed, this sealing seemed to have been done artificially. Without the correct method, it would be impossible to open this corridor, let alone enter it. Hastily using brute force may very well destroy the corridor, and once that happened, entering the sealed world would become orders of magnitude more difficult. No wonder Xiao Yang didn't hesitate to return to the Southern Territory from the Western Territory and asked Gao Shueting to lead him to the High Heaven Palace to find me. In this situation, I am indeed the right person to deal with it. Perceiving Yang Kai and Xiao Yang's arrival, figures hidden in the vicinity slowly appeared and gathered around them, one after another. Yang Kai glanced around and found all of them to be familiar faces. Shui Zhengmao, Lei Hong, 2 Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters were among them, and counting Xiao Yang, 3 Third-Order Emperors from Star Soul Palace had been deployed here. Also, there were more than a dozen other Emperor Realm Masters present. Obviously, a great deal of the high-level figures of Star Soul Palace had come. Xiao Yang greeted the others before getting a brief rundown of the situation. After making sure that nothing eventful had happened during his absence, he finally put his heart to rest. Yang Kai too went over and greeted everyone. Shui Zhangmao's face turned serious as he stated, "Yang Kai, we can only rely on you regarding this. Although it's not definite, we are almost certain the Great Emperor's message originated from this place. We suspect that Princess Lan Xun is inside as well. Please lend us your assistance." Yang Kai earnestly replied, "Elder Shui, I can also be regarded as a Southern Territory cultivator and am friends with Her Royal Highness. If she is in trouble, it is only natural that I help her." Shui Zhengmao was very pleased after hearing this and repeatedly nodded. "Good, good, good. If you can really rescue Her Royal Highness, this old master and the others here will forever be in your debt. In the future, if you need any help, our Star Soul Palace will never turn you down." This was a very heavy promise, but it was also proof of how desperate Shui Zhengmao and the others had become. Otherwise, they would never promise something like this so easily. "Elder Shui, please calm yourself. Let me take a look at the situation first." Having said this, Yang Kai flew towards the bottom of the funnel. The nearby Lei Hong immediately warned, "Be careful. The space down near the bottom is somewhat unstable." Yang Kai nodded before he quickly approached the bottom of the funnel. He stood there, observing the situation, and soon discovered it was even more shocking than what he first thought. With the sand flowing into it and the funnel rotating, it gave Yang Kai a feeling as if the entire world was being swallowed up. Carefully spreading his divine sense, Yang Kai probed the area with his space principles, silently perceiving the feedback he received for quite some time. After he had made some speculations, he flew up again. "Well, what do you think?" Shui Zhengmao anxiously asked. Yang Kai replied, furrowing his brow, "The entrance has been sealed by someone. All of you have been waiting here for so long. So have you discovered traces of other people?" Shui Zhengmao denied, shaking his head. "We found nothing. No one has even passed by here in many years as far as we can tell." Yang Kai continued, "The trace points to the seal being created by someone, so all of this must have been well planned out, a conspiracy of some kind. If I really open the entrance, I have no idea what would happen. What do you mean? Shui Jingmao's expression turned serious. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. I mean, I literally have no idea what would happen. Perhaps it will alarm someone, or it might make things even more difficult for Her Royal Highness. In light of this, do you still want to open this entrance? Everyone looked at each other after hearing this, but after a long silence, Shui Jingmao stated in a heavy voice, We haven't heard from the great emperor. We have no idea whether Her Royal Highness is dead or alive. Now, this place is the only clue we have. Since that's the case, we can only continue forward by opening it. If they are alive, we have to see them in person. If they're dead, we must see their corpses. The others also nodded, expressing their agreement with Elder Shui. Now that they had a clue, exploring was the only option. No one was willing to simply sit back and leave things to fate. What's more, Yang Kai only warned about the worst possible situation, while there was no guarantee that things would turn out that bad. They might even find both father and daughter, the great emperor and Lan soon, right after opening the entrance. Yang Kai nodded. Since you have already made a decision, I will proceed. However, the entrance is too unstable, so if everyone wants to enter, you must make every breath count. In addition, you have to be on guard the moment you enter, lest others take advantage of it. Shui Jingmao slightly smiled. Though we've all lived many years, none of us is willing to die just yet. Naturally, we won't be careless. Yang Kai nodded. Since that's the case, follow me. Saying so, he turned around and flew back down. Everyone hurriedly followed after him before scattering about, giving Yang Kai space to work. Everyone's nerves were taut, waiting for the entrance to open so that they could rush in. Space principles fluctuated as Yang Kai cautiously cracked the seal on the entrance, opening the void corridor. Space started rippling, as if pieces of stone were dropped onto the calm surface of the lake, causing ripples to spread. Not long after, a dark tunnel suddenly appeared at the bottom of the funnel. Void corridor. Everyone's spirit rose at the sight of this, much more so for Xiao Yuyang. He felt that it wasn't a waste of time to invite Yang Kai. They had also tried to open this void corridor before, but none of them even had a clue how to begin. If they had used brute force, it might have collapsed the entrance entirely. Now though, the seal which had stumped them all had been solved in the blink of an eye by Yang Kai. As expected, it's all about the right man for the job. Pairs of eyes kept wandering between Yang Kai and the void corridor as everyone waited for him to give the signal. The void corridor had just taken shape and was highly unstable, warping and distorting in a chaotic fashion. All Yang Kai could do was use his space principles to reinforce it so that it would be safer for people to transit through it. After an incense worth of time, the void corridor that had been distorting all the while finally and slowly stabilized. Yang Kai shouted, "Quickly enter, and be careful!" Shui Jingmao, who had long been waiting for this, immediately rushed in. Right after, figures kept disappearing into the void corridor, one after another, with Xiao Yuyang being the last one remaining. When Xiao Yuyang had plunged into the void corridor, Yang Kai's figure also flickered as he prepared to go in. But right then, his expression suddenly changed as he looked up. In the sky, a streak of light was swooping down, shooting straight towards the void corridor. Yang Kai noticed a hazy figure in that streak of light, but even with his incredible strength and senses, he actually failed to even catch a glimpse of this newcomer's true appearance. "Who?" Yang Kai immediately shouted as he lifted his palm and struck out. In his haste, Yang Kai actually used one of his recently comprehended Dragon Clan secret techniques unconsciously. Majestic dragon pressure immediately spread into the surroundings as Yang Kai's palm print transformed into a great dragon claw, giving the impression that it could shatter through the sky. The oncoming figure, however, didn't dodge or even try to slow down. With a deafening bang, Yang Kai was knocked backwards and plummeted into the swirling sand, left in a sorry state from the rebound of his own strength. When he flew back out from the sandpit, covered in dirt, the figure was nowhere to be seen. Immediately, Yang Kai looked towards the void corridor, which was about to disappear because it had lost his stabilizing support and was quite unnerved. The instant he came into contact with the other party, he felt an unfathomable strength push back against him. Till the end, He didn't even catch sight of the appearance of the person who brushed by him. Even a third-order emperor couldn't have taken that attack head-on. But whoever it was just now smashed through it head-on without even stuttering. In other words, that person definitely had a cultivation much higher than the third-order emperor realm. Was it a pseudo-great emperor? Or even a great emperor? Only someone with such strength could outright ignore an attack from Yang Kai. The only thing Yang Kai was certain of was that the other party had no malice towards him. Otherwise, he would not have taken his attack without countering. Judging by the other party's cultivation, if they really decided to fight back, Yang Kai would definitely have suffered. Who was it? Yang Kai was confused. Coincidentally or not, this newcomer had gone straight into the void corridor. Obviously, he or she had been monitoring this place all along, yet Shuizheng Mao and the others had not noticed them. Could it be Bright Moon Great Emperor? But if it was Bright Moon Great Emperor, why did he not appear? Who the hell was it? Yang Kai felt extremely frustrated. Seeing that the void corridor was about to close again though, Yang Kai had no time to give it any more thought as his figure rushed straight into the black portal. Everything went white before Yang Kai's eyes before he suddenly appeared in another world. He immediately prompted his Emperor Qi to guard himself against any possible threat. But no sneak attack came. As Yang Kai looked around, he couldn't help but frown, because not a single person was in sight. Shuizheng Mao and the other Emperor Realm Masters of Star Soul Palace who had entered before him had completely disappeared, and when he spread his divine sense, he couldn't sense anyone either. Where is everyone? Yang Kai was confused. Over a dozen Emperor Realm Masters of Star Soul Palace had clearly entered this place before him, but Yang Kai didn't see a single figure when he came in. It was a bit strange. However, if the entrance had the function of randomly teleporting, it could explain the current situation. Yang Kai had entered similar sealed worlds where, although there was only one entrance, the people who entered didn't appear in the same location. Judging by the current situation, this sealed world should be also of this type. So, Yang Kai couldn't find everyone who had stepped in before him, and perhaps everyone else was in the same situation. They might be all alone and forced to fend for themselves. But that shouldn't be a problem. If everyone was dispersed, there was a higher chance of finding Lan Sun if she was really here. After confirming that there was no danger around, Yang Kai began searching the nearby surroundings. It was a dark and gloomy world where world energy wasn't rich. The entire world appeared dead and silent. It was impossible for such a world to give birth to any kind of precious treasure. At first glance, the environment here somewhat resembled that of the Western Territory, with hard rocky ground and some sparse shrubs scattered around. As for living creatures, there were no signs of any at all. But for some unknown reason, Yang Kai had felt a sense of unease ever since he entered this place, as if there was some kind of danger lurking nearby, unseen and unheard. After pondering for a while though, Yang Kai turned towards a certain direction and flew off. This was indeed an independent sealed world, but although it had its own world principles, they were imperfect, a bit similar to his original sealed world bead. Other than that, this sealed world seemed to be fairly large. Yang Kai flew forward for almost an entire day but didn't encounter anything worth paying attention to, let alone Xiao Yang or the others. It was as if they had all evaporated from the face of this world. There was no day or night in this sealed world, and the sky was always dark and bleak. The surroundings too were extremely similar. Being left alone in such a lonely and bleak environment would gradually wear down anyone's mental strength. After another day, Yang Kai, who was searching around, suddenly raised his brow as he looked ahead. Someone's there. Over a dozen kilometers ahead of him, he could sense a life aura, so he immediately focused his gaze in that direction. This person seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's gaze though, and their figure flickered as they flew off. Yang Kai had finally met someone alive in this damned place, so how could he just let the other party escape? He immediately gave chase, but very soon, he discovered that this person was unbelievably fast and, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't close the distance between them. What's more, this person's divine sense was so powerful that Yang Kai couldn't probe their true appearance or cultivation at all. Yang Kai's own divine sense was blocked by an invisible field when it approached this person. A feeling of being toyed with rose in Yang Kai's heart, causing his anger to rise as he made even more of an effort to catch up, only realizing a short time later that the other party seemed to be leading him somewhere. Speculating so, Xianxia deliberately slowed down a little, and as expected, the other party also slowed down. When Xianxia sped up again though, the other party also sped up. Damn it! Xianxia was furious as he threw all caution to the wind and gave it his all to catch up. Although he knew that there might be some kind of trap waiting for him, this was the first clue he had found since entering this world, so even if he knew that there was a tiger waiting for him on the mountain, Xianxia had no choice but to ascend it anyway. One chased and the other fled, leading to an hour-long chase before suddenly, Xianxia's brow furrowed. Because at that moment, he actually lost the opposite party's aura. Like they had simply vanished for no rhyme and reason, leaving not a trace behind. Instead, Xianxia now sensed several life fluctuations belonging to a small group not far ahead. Among them, Xianxia found 3 of them somewhat familiar. Realizing this, Xianxia frowned before he hurriedly flew towards that side. Not long after, he reached a rocky slope where 5 figures, 1 male and 4 females, were all sitting cross-legged. When Xianxia looked over at this group, he couldn't help but be elated as he hurriedly shouted, "Yuner!" Among the 5 figures, the one in the middle was actually Lin Yuner. Even though Lin Yuner had also apparently gone missing and Xianxia had suspected that it was the handiwork of the same group, he hadn't really expected to find her here. After looking at the others, Xianxia discovered that it was as he had expected. Yao Lin, who was captured on the East Sea, as well as Lan Sun, who went missing in the Southern Territory, were both here. As for the remaining man and woman, Xianxia didn't know either of them, but judging from the previous intelligence, he could make an educated guess that this man and woman were either bloodkin or legacy disciples of one of the great emperors. The man appeared to be in his 30s and had a fair complexion, seemingly born with a handsome face. As for the woman, she was wearing a veil over her face, making it harder to see her true appearance, but judging from her enchanting and ravishing figure, she was undoubtedly a great beauty. Xianxia didn't immediately rush over. He was lured here, otherwise, he would not have found these great emperor's sons, daughters, and disciples. The question was, why was he led here? Was there some sort of scheme behind this? In such an unfamiliar environment, in suspicious circumstances, how could Xianxia not raise his guard? "Yuner!" Xianxia shouted again. However, Lin Yuner remained sitting cross-legged, not reacting at all, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Xianxia's divine sense scanned over and over again, but he couldn't find the aura of the person who had led him here, nor did he find any traces of traps around Lin Yuner and the others. Someone seemed to have cast a divine ability on the 5 though, locking them into a state of deep slumber with no perception of the outside world. Of these 5, except for Yao Lin, who was a 3rd-order Dao source realm, the remaining 4 were all emperors. The veiled woman was especially noticeable as she had a cultivation on par with Xianxia's 2nd-order emperor realm. She should be Flower Shadow Great Emperor's disciple. As expected, an accomplished disciple owes their accomplishments to their great teacher. Although he couldn't see her true appearance, Xianxia was sure that she wasn't that old. Having such high cultivation at such a young age indicated that this woman's aptitude was incredibly good. However, thinking that Yao Lin's kidnapper was a pseudo-great emperor, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Although these 5 were fairly strong in their generation, they were far worse than a pseudo-great emperor. If a pseudo-great emperor had been aiming for them, none of them would be capable of escaping. Xianxia stood on the spot for a while, pondering, before he strode towards Lin Yuner and the others in large strides. If this was a blessing, it was not a curse, and if it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. Since he had found Lin Yuner, Lan Sun, and the others, Xianxia couldn't stand idly by. In any case, he had to wake them up and ask them what had happened to them if he ever wanted to figure out what was going on. At the very least, he had to know who did this to them, why they were kidnapped and brought here, and what was their kidnapper's ultimate objective. Not long after, Xianxia stood right next to the small group of 5, but to his surprise, everything remained completely safe and stable as before. Nothing eventful happened. In fact, nothing happened at all. Standing right in front of Lin Yuner, Xianxia placed his finger on her forehead, and then carefully sent a thread of his Emperor Qi and divine sense into her body to check her condition. Surprisingly, Lin Yuner had not suffered any injuries, though she seemed to be in a peculiar kind of mental state. Her knowledge sea was wide open and unguarded, and she seemed to have fallen into some kind of profound illusion, making it impossible for her to wake herself or even sense what was happening around her. In other words, if someone wanted to do something nefarious to her, they could do so with impunity. Realizing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was originally worried about what kind of peculiar seal had been planted on Lin Yuner or others, but if it was just a type of illusion-induced dream, he had a way to wake them up. Silently urging his golden divine dragon source, Yang Kai sent a wisp of his divine sense into Lin Yuner's knowledge sea, transformed into an enormous dragon head, and roared, "Yuner, wake up! Dragon roar!" This was among the most basic secret techniques of the Dragon Clan and had the simple effect of shaking the mind of anyone who heard it. The dragon roar echoed endlessly in Lin Yuner's knowledge sea, spreading ripples far and wide. As these ripples spread, they cleared all foreign influences from Lin Yuner's knowledge sea, and a moment later, a faint sound of something breaking rang out. Lin Yuner unconsciously made a groan as a frown appeared on her forehead before she slowly opened her eyes. As her eyes gained clarity, Yang Kai's face appeared before her. Lin Yuner kept blinking her big eyes, seemingly confused. "Yuner, how do you feel?" Yang Kai nervously asked. Although he had controlled the Dragon Clan's secret technique as best he could to only awaken her, he had still done so directly into her knowledge sea, so a single careless mistake might have harmed Lin Yuner's soul. Uncle Yang." Lin Yuner was obviously a little groggy and confused as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze and asked, "How come you are here?" Yang Kai smiled. "I came here to find you. Forget about me for now, let's talk about you. Are you all right? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Lin Yuner checked her condition after hearing this. Then, she candidly smiled. "I'm not feeling uncomfortable at all." However, she suddenly frowned and said, "It's just..." Yang Kai's face sank as he suddenly became nervous. "What is it?" "I'm hungry." Lin Yuner touched her belly before she stuck her tongue cutely. Yang Kai's face twitched visibly as he wasn't quite sure how to react. He quickly recalled that after becoming the disciple of Iron Blood Great Emperor, Lin Yuner had somehow gained an astonishing appetite. In fact, when he last reunited with her, the moment she was out of danger, she had complained she was hungry. She was really too carefree. "If you're hungry, fix something to eat yourself." "I have to wake them up?" Yang Kai stated before walking toward Lan Sun. What happened to them? Lin Yuner seemed to have finally noticed that there were others here besides them, and her eyes widened in astonishment. "You don't remember?" Yang Kai looked back at her and asked. A pensive look suddenly appeared on Lin Yuner's face, and after a long time she clapped her hands and said, "Oh, I remember. I was caught by someone. That old man was really powerful. I couldn't defeat him." "An old man?" Yang Kai frowned. "Was he wearing a black robe?" Lin Yuner denied, shaking her head. "No, he wasn't wearing a black robe. His hair was white, but other than that he didn't have any distinguishing features. I didn't recognize him either." "White hair?" Yang Kai was a little stunned. He remembered that Yao Lin's kidnapper didn't have white hair, which was to say that Yao Lin and Lin Yuner were kidnapped by different people. "But if Yuner sees him next time, I'll have to thank him." Lin Yuner cutely smiled. "Why would you thank him?" Yang Kai did his best to keep a straight face. No matter who kidnapped her, obviously he wanted to do something bad to her, so why would she feel grateful to him? Lin Yuner replied like it was a matter of course. "If he hadn't kidnapped me, Yuner would not have the chance to meet Uncle Yang again so soon. Of course, I will have to thank him well for that." Yang Kai was rendered speechless and bitterly smiled in resignation. "Do as you please." "Uncle Yang, you were also caught by him?" Lin Yuner asked again. Yang Kai shook his head. "I came to find you." While speaking, he pointed his finger on Lan Sun's forehead and did the same as before. Meanwhile, Lin Yuner kept chattering non-stop. "Uncle Yang, it wasn't that I didn't want to go with you to the Northern Territory last time. It was Master who took me back. He destroyed the array you worked so hard to arrange as well. Are you angry? As I expected, it was Iron Blood Great Emperor's doing. Xianxia had long guessed it, but now, after Lin Yun'er's confirmation, he knew that his guess was right. Iron Blood Great Emperor really was the one to destroy his space array. Of course, Xianxia just shook his head as he replied, "It's fine. Your master did it for your sake." Lin Yun'er immediately smiled. "Next time when we see master, I will ask him to apologize to you." Xianxia broke out into cold sweat and shook his head. "No need, no need," he solemnly exhorted. "It's okay to say such things when it's just us, but you absolutely cannot speak so inappropriately before your master." If she really asked her master to apologize to him, wouldn't Iron Blood Great Emperor start skinning him alive? Lin Yun'er obediently nodded. Soon after, Lan Xun also woke up, but she wasn't as careless as Lin Yun'er. The moment she opened her eyes, she pushed her Emperor Qi to shield herself as she leapt back, vigilantly staring at Xianxia. After assessing her situation, though, she tilted her head in surprise and asked, "Senior brother Yang? Junior sister Lan?" Xianxia smiled. Lan Xun rubbed her forehead before she embarrassingly smiled, dispelling all her hostility. "I'm sorry. No harm." Xianxia slowly shook his head. Her reaction was quite normal. It was Lin Yun'er who was the strange one. "Where are we?" Lan Xun looked around and asked in confusion. Xianxia replied, "A sealed world of some kind. All I know other than that is I entered from a desert in the Western Territory. You recover first while I will wake the others." Lan Xun glanced over at the other three, who were still asleep, and lightly nodded. She then walked back and sat down cross-legged, calmly waiting. She had many questions, but she knew that now wasn't the right time. The third one Xianxia awakened was Yao Lin. She had the lowest cultivation, so Xianxia handled her more delicately, but what rendered Xianxia speechless was that the moment she woke up, she started screaming in fear. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! My father is Serene Soul Great Emperor. He can pay you anything you want. Just don't kill me." Xianxia fiercely glared at her and snapped, "Does it look like I'm going to kill you?" Yao Lin finally stopped flailing about, opened her eyes, and took a good look at Xianxia's face. She soon came to her senses and shouted, pointing at him, "It's you!" Xianxia asked, snorting, "What's wrong? Can it not be me? You didn't rescue me when you saw me in danger. When I return, I will definitely tell my father and ask him to heavily punish you." Yao Lin glared at Xianxia, grinding her teeth. Obviously, she still remembered the scene when she was captured. Xianxia coldly glared at her. "Are you sure you want to do that?" Yao Lin's lips parted. She obviously wanted to say something, but when she saw Xianxia's glare, she couldn't help but shudder. She swallowed back the words that were on the tip of her tongue before murmuring, "Why are you being so fierce? My father is Serene Soul Great Emperor." Xianxia pointed at Lan Xun. Guess who her father is? How could Yao Lin not recognize Lan Xun? After all, these five had met each other once or twice before and were all familiar with one another. Her identity of being a great emperor's daughter might deter others, but it was meaningless before those present here. Yao Lin immediately shrunk her neck and became extremely timid. She finally remembered that the guy before her tried to kill her once before. She almost died at his hand, so she couldn't help but be struck with panic. "All right, senior brother Yang, Sister Yao Lin is just a little ignorant of the ways of the world. Don't be too angry at her." Lan Xun mediated. Xianxia snorted, "I think she's just too spoiled." After meeting Yao Lin's mother, how could he not understand how she came to be so arrogant and condescending? After all, like mother like daughter. Yao Lin didn't speak anymore and just cowered beside Lan Xun. Xianxia completely ignored her and walked straight to the only other man and once again used his dragon roar secret technique. After a while, the man moved. Obviously, he had woken up, but what surprised Xianxia was that he kept his eyes closed. Even though his eyes remained shut, Xianxia could feel that he was being examined by the opposite party. This made Xianxia a little uncomfortable. What arrogance! So what if you are a great emperor's disciple? Father here just saved your life. Can't you at least open your eyes to see your savior? What's your good name? The opposite part suddenly spoke, his voice extremely gentle and pleasing to the ear. Yang Kai replied in neither a cold nor in a warm manner, Yang Kai. A look of surprise immediately appeared on the man's face as he declared, So it is Brother Yang. Yang Kai was surprised now and asked, You know me? The man smiled. I have heard so much about you, and finally met you today. A pleasure, a pleasure. Yang Kai indifferently responded, I'm flattered. The man seemed to have felt his indifference and pondered for a while before finally understanding the reason. He then smiled temperately and explained, Brother Yang, forgive me. This one is not deliberately trying to be offensive. It is just inconvenient to show my eyes because of my natural disability. Saying so, he suddenly opened his eyes, and when Yang Kai saw them, he was momentarily shocked, because this man was actually blind. His eyes were pure white with no pupils at all. A normal person who saw this man's true appearance for the first time would probably be frightened, or at least taken aback, so Yang Kai immediately realized why he kept them closed. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yang Kai scratched his cheek as he apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Originally, Yang Kai thought that the man was putting on airs when he kept his eyes closed. He hadn't thought that it was just because of a disability. This man had reached the emperor realm, but even if his honored master was a great emperor, he was still unable to restore his sight. It was evident that he was born this way, so no matter how much effort he put in, it would be all but impossible to grant him sight. May I ask for your honored name? Yang Kai asked. Gao Zhan. The nearby Lan Sun explained, giggling, Senior Brother Gao is the only disciple of Senior Heaven's revelations. Rumor has it that he has received Sir's 8 true scriptures. Yang Kai was shocked. Brother Gao is impressive. Among the 10 great emperors, Heaven's Revelation's great emperor might not be the strongest, but he was by far the most knowledgeable. Rumor had it that Heaven's Revelation's great emperor could spy on the secrets of the heavens, peering into the past and the future with his divine foresight ability. Gao Zhan was the only disciple of Heaven's Revelation's great emperor, so obviously he was exceptionally talented and suitable to carry Heaven's Revelation's great emperor's mantle. Lan Sun's comment about Gao Zhan receiving the great emperor's 8 true scriptures wasn't just idle praise, but heartfelt admiration. Gao Zhan humbly smiled. Junior sister is overpraising me. My paltry skills cannot compare to honored masters. This Gao Zhan fears he will never reach such a height in this life. Suddenly, he turned to Yang Kai and stared hard at him with his white eyes. Brother Yang, do be careful. Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Be careful of what? Gao Zhan's mouth was already shut though as he closed his eyes and quietly sat on his spot, as if he had fallen asleep again. Yang Kai looked confused and turned to Lan Sun, but unfortunately, she just moved her lips a few times, indicating that she was equally perplexed. As far as she knew, Heaven's Revelation's great emperor was also like this. He would say something inexplicable from time to time, which could only be fully verified and understood afterwards. Several great emperors had been warned by Heaven's Revelation's great emperor in their youth about impending catastrophes, which helped them survive till this day. Gao Zhang was Heaven's Revelation's great emperor's disciple, so since he suddenly warned Yang Kai, it undoubtedly meant that he would encounter some danger in the near future. After thinking about it, Lan Sun simply told Yang Kai about her worries. On the other hand, Yang Kai just pursed his lips into a smile and replied, What will come will come. After all, it was just a warning with no additional details, so all Yang Kai could do was continue forward. Constantly worrying about some disaster would only hinder him, so he decided to just take things as they came. After this brief but confusing incident, Yang Kai looked over at the last female and asked, This should be Senior Flower Shadow's disciple, right? Lan Sun was surprised. How did Senior Brother Yang know? Have you met Senior Sister Li before? Yang Kai explained, shaking his head. I have never met her before, but I received some information on the way here. I know that all of you had gone missing together, and now that your count matches the number, it's not hard to guess who the last one is. So that's how it is. Lan Sun nodded before she suddenly smiled mischievously. Senior Sister Li is extremely pretty, Brother Yang, do you want to see her true face? Senior Brother Yang can take advantage of the fact that Senior Sister Li is asleep right now to see her unveiled beauty. If you miss out on this chance, you might never get another in the future. Yang Kai broke into laughter. Junior Sister Lan is also a great beauty. Do you have to resort to these wily tricks if you want to see it? Lan Sun pursed her lips and stated, Senior Brother Yang, don't say that. Although Sooner has confidence in her looks, Senior Sister Li is still prettier. Hearing what she said, Yang Kai's interest was a little piqued. Lan Sun could already be considered a country-destroying beauty, but she freely admitted that this Senior Sister Li was actually prettier than her. It was difficult for Yang Kai to not be curious. But curiosity was just curiosity. He wouldn't really lift someone's veil just to peek at her true face. If he really did that, he would be no better than a pervert. Besides, people were watching right now. Riley shaking his head, Yang Kai stretched his finger forward. Yang Kai's divine sense and Emperor Qi surged as a solemn look appeared on his face. After a short while, the woman's figure trembled ever so slightly. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before a pair of beautiful eyes suddenly opened. When their eyes met, Yang Kai suddenly had a very strange feeling. He felt that her bright star-like eyes seemed to be the only thing present in the world, drawing his very soul into them, making him feel that it would all be worth it even if he died for her right here and now. A sense of crisis immediately gripped Yang Kai's heart when he realized just what he was thinking. But in the next instant, as the opposite party's eyes regained their normal state, the invisible force or attraction that was drawing his mind in suddenly disappeared, allowing him to extricate himself from that peculiar state. Just as he was relaxing, though, he was hit with an odd sense of loss, as if he had just missed something important. Shi Qing thanks Senior Brother for his help. How may I address Senior Brother? The woman opposite him suddenly spoke. Her voice was as clear as the splashing sounds of a mountain spring, extremely pleasant to the ear. Yang Kai. So it is Senior Brother Yang. Li Shiqing nodded and expressed her gratitude again before getting up and looking around. Where are we? Lan Sun explained to her as Li Shiqing gently nodded in response. Yang Kai frowned, staring at her side profile. He had a faint feeling that something wasn't right here, but he couldn't tell what. He carefully went through every single detail of what just happened, but it all seemed quite normal. She had shown no signs of using a beguiling technique, so Yang Kai figured he had just been caught up in her innate charm. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and didn't give it any more thought. He clapped his hand and stated, attracting everyone's attention, It's not safe to stay here. It's better to leave as soon as possible. He was lured here by someone. Furthermore, before he came in, a pseudo-great emperor or great emperor had also broken into this place. Also, this damned place was still giving Yang Kai inexplicable palpitations, so of course, he wanted to leave as soon as possible. Now that the missing great emperor's children and disciples had been found, all that was left was to find the exit of this sealed world and escape. Lan Sun agreed with a nod. Senior Brother Yang is right, but we don't know anything about this place, so we will leave it to Senior Brother to lead us. Yang Kai stated, bitterly smiling. I am just about as clueless as you are, so let's just proceed with caution. It would be best if we could find the elders of Star Soul Palace and then work together with them. Perhaps they have even found something already. Naturally, no one had any objections. After reaching an agreement, Yang Kai decided on a direction and led the way ahead. In this team of 6, apart from Yang Kai, who had little-known origins, the remaining 5 had monstrous backgrounds. Such a luxurious lineup was a once-in-a-lifetime kind of event. After all, these people usually lived in different territories of the star boundary, so if it weren't for some hidden mastermind kidnapping them, it would be all but impossible for them to gather together. Although everyone had noble origins, they were quite easy to get along with except for Yao Lin, who was too arrogant and domineering. Whether it was Lan Sun or Lin Yuner, they never bullied others or abused their status, and it went without saying that Gao Zhan had done nothing of that sort. Although he was blind, he had a very gentle and mild temperament. As for Li Shiqing, she seemed to have a somewhat aloof personality, but it wasn't like she was deliberately looking down on others. The moment she opened her eyes, she addressed Yang Kai as Senior Brother. so it was clear she did not judge others by their origins. Unfortunately, this sealed world seemed quite vast, and much of the scenery was gray and monotonous. Even after traveling for an entire day and night, their team of 6 didn't encounter any other living creatures. What they saw was the same dull scenery, so they couldn't help but be suspicious about whether they were actually flying around in circles. But Yang Kai found no signs of an illusion array, which only puzzled him further. "Uncle Yang, Yuner is hungry," Lin Yuner suddenly cried out. When Yang Kai woke her up, the first thing she thought of was food, and at this moment her stomach was already grumbling audibly. Yang Kai was quite curious about just what secret art Iron Blood Great Emperor had imparted to her, that even when she reached the Emperor realm, she still needed to eat to satiate herself. Under normal circumstances, an Emperor Realm Master would never need to eat, as he or she could simply survive by absorbing world energy. But Lin Yuner was obviously not like this. Although the little girl had astonishing strength, her hunger was equally impressive, and at this moment, her eyes looked a little sluggish and droopy. Yang Kai, after thinking for a while, consented. "Then we can take this opportunity to rest while you fix yourself something to eat." Just after waking up, everyone started following Yang Kai, and they all seemed a little worn down, so it was the perfect time to take a breather. Landing, all of them immediately started adjusting their breathing. All except for Lin Yuner, that is, as she right away took out a big black pot, set up a small stove on the ground, poured some clean water into it, and then threw some strange monster beast meat into it before covering it with a lid and lighting a fire. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he had seen the fearsome might of this ordinary-looking black pot with his own eyes. It was an ancient exotic emperor artifact gifted by Iron Blood Great Emperor to Lin Yuner called Unlimited Return, and its might was unfathomable. However, in Lin Yuner's hands, it almost exclusively became used to cook meat. If Iron Blood Great Emperor came to know about this, who knows how he would feel. But having said that, the food cooked in Unlimited Return was almost divine in taste, as Yang Kai could personally attest. Anyone who ate it would keep licking their fingers until they were completely clean. Not only was the meat delicious, but it also retained all the essence and energy of what had been cooked. Not long after, a delicious smell started spreading into the surroundings, causing everyone who was meditating and adjusting their breaths to sniff with their noses and open their eyes. Lin Yuner didn't look sluggish anymore, and instead was staring at the black pot with bright eyes, continuously smacking her lips. Yang Kai couldn't bear the sight of it and warned her, "Yuner, you're drooling." Lin Yuner took a breath with a slurping sound, then apologetically smiled at Yang Kai. However, very soon, she said with great pride, "I'm making enough for everyone. It's almost done now, just wait a bit." Lan Sun couldn't help but smile wryly. "You're the only one who seems to be impatient." Yao Lin pouted as she muttered, "I don't want to eat such strange things." Even so, her eyes couldn't help but be involuntarily glued to the black pot. Although she was Serene Soul Great Emperor's precious daughter, loved and adored by millions of people, never before had she smelled such a delicious smell. This interruption had turned the tense atmosphere a little relaxed. A short time later, sizzling sounds rang out from the pot as Lin Yuner exclaimed, It's done. We can start now." While speaking, she opened the lid to reveal a pot of amber-colored broth. Lin Yuner reached out and plucked a monster beast's thigh from the pot and offered it to Yang Kai. "Uncle Yang, this is for you." Yang Kai took it with a smile. "Then I won't be polite." Having tasted it last time, he knew that the things cooked in Unlimited Return could not only satiate one's appetite, but also provide a rich amount of energy and essence. Long-term consumption of such food would definitely be beneficial to one's cultivation. Lin Yuner's strength had likely progressed so rapidly because she had eaten a lot of these dishes. And in her space ring, there must be many corpses of some monster beasts in reserve. For instance, the one she cooked just now was at least a 9th-order monster beast. Lin Yuner divided the meat, giving a piece to everyone. Lan Sun, holding a large chunk of meat on a bone, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had not eaten things like this in many years, but Lin Yuner was so enthusiastic that she simply couldn't refuse, and looking at the look of relish on Yang Kai's face, she couldn't help but take a small nibble. One nibble, however, was enough for her eyes to flash brilliantly. She felt that the meat in her hands was more delicious than any miracle elixir or meal she had ever tasted before in her life. Caught in a dilemma, Lan Xun did her best to maintain her noble image while eating as quickly as possible. Yao Lin, on the other hand, had already completely forgotten what she had just said, and at this moment was eating like a starved ghost, cleaning her bones while licking her fingers. Gao Zhan didn't say a word, but he ate no less than the others. At this moment, all thoughts of mystical foresight were set aside as he focused on moving his hands as swiftly and deftly as possible. Lin Yuner, with meat still in her mouth, incoherently said, "There is still the soup. Master said that the soup is actually the best part." While eating, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and asked, "Where's Li Shiqing?" Everyone paused together and looked up at each other. Suddenly, they realized a problem. There were only 5 of them instead of the original 6, and they had no idea when Li Shiqing had disappeared. Although everyone's attention had been captured by Lin Yuner's cooking, almost everyone here was Emperor Realm Master, so even if they didn't deliberately keep their eyes on Li Shiqing, they should not have failed to notice when she had disappeared. But only when Yang Kai reminded everyone did they finally realize this problem. It was like Li Shiqing had evaporated into thin air. For a moment, everyone felt a chill. Lin Yuner swallowed the meat in her mouth before speaking. "She was here just now, but I didn't see her when I was dividing the meat." Yang Kai furrowed his brow and looked at the others. No one noticed anything? He also knew that he probably wouldn't gain anything by asking, as among everyone present here, his cultivation was the highest. If even he failed to notice when she disappeared, it was simply impossible for others to have sensed anything. Lan Xun solemnly shook her head, suddenly losing her appetite. Yao Lin nervously voiced her speculation. Did she get caught again? Recalling the scene when she was captured, she couldn't help but shiver as she leaned against Lan Xun, looking for a sense of security. Who could snatch her away without any noise from right under our noses? Yang Kai shook his head. Even a great emperor wouldn't be capable of something like this. Gao Zhan didn't say a word as he suddenly took out 3 turtle shells with a flip of his hand. 1 big and 2 small. The big one was the size of an adult's palm, while the smaller ones were the size of an infant's fist. However, each tortoiseshell exuded an extremely ancient and desolate aura. Obviously, these items had an extremely long history. He stretched his hand out and formed a seal, and in the next moment, he threw the 3 turtle shells forward. When the turtle shells fell on the ground, he touched the patterns on the 3 shells and closed his eyes, pondering for a while. Then he stretched his hand out and spoke, pointing in a direction. "Senior Sister Li is in that direction. Can this kind of thing also be predicted?" Yang Kai was equal parts stunned and satisfied. Although Li Shiqing and Yang Kai weren't acquaintances, since they had met, he had to rescue her. Furthermore, he could not understand how Li Shiqing disappeared into thin air all of a sudden. This kind of mystery needed a swift resolution, so he was eager to find her. "I'll go there and take a look. Wait for me here," Yang Kai said, standing up. Lan Xun suggested, "Let's go together." Yang Kai refused, shaking his head. "We don't know what happened, but if something goes wrong, I have a way to deal with it if I go alone. If we go together and it's a trap, things will only be more difficult." Hearing what he said, Lan Xun lightly nodded in agreement. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so unless someone was capable of sealing off space around him, it was all but impossible to keep him from escaping. Yang Kai asked the 4 to remain in place and be on guard for anything out of the ordinary. And if he didn't return after a set time, they should look for the elders from Star Soul Palace and leave this place. After giving out instructions, Yang Kai flew along the direction pointed by Gao Zhan. All along the way he kept searching for Li Shiqing, but to no avail. Only a faint fragrance of her lingered in the air. Gao Zhan pointed in the right direction. He really calculated Li Shiqing's location. Yang Kai couldn't help but admire him and these divining techniques. But he found one thing strange. He only smelt the lingering fragrance of Li Shiqing, and no one else. In that case, he could only assume Li Shiqing left alone. But why would she leave alone? If something was the matter, Why didn't she inform everyone in advance? After about the time it would take to boil a cup of tea, a lake appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes, and he could hear the splashing sounds of water coming from the distance. Yang Kai grew suspicious and immediately concealed his aura before approaching the lake. After a short while, he arrived by the shore and hid behind a tree, quietly looking around. After just one glance, though, Yang Kai's face went red with embarrassment, because there was a graceful, tender figure bathing in the lake. Although it was just a quick glance, Yang Kai's eyesight was quite amazing, and the lake water was so clear that he saw everything that shouldn't have been seen. The figure was so ravishing and enchanting that it could make anyone's nose bleed. Even a veteran of such affairs like Yang Kai couldn't help but have his heart skip a beat and start rapidly beating. The person bathing in the river was none other than Li Shiqing, who had silently disappeared earlier. How could Yang Kai have ever expected to see such a beautiful sight when he went searching for Li Shiqing, though? He found this infuriating and funny all at the same time. Apparently, Li Shiqing hadn't encountered any danger, nor was she kidnapped. She should have left by herself. But there was one that Yang Kai still puzzled over. How did she leave without a trace or anyone noticing? While he was mulling this over, Li Shiqing suddenly shouted, "Who's there?" Perhaps it was because Yang Kai's emotions had been disturbed, but she discovered some clues and immediately turned her head, looking in the direction Yang Kai was hiding. When she shouted, she stirred the lake with her feet, stirring the sand at its bottom to muddy the waters and obscure the alluring sight. Yang Kai, after momentarily hesitating, could only grit his teeth and call out, "It's me, Yang Kai. Senior brother Yang?" Li Shiqing sounded a little surprised. "What are you doing here?" Listening to her question, Yang Kai grew a little angry. "I was about to ask you the same question. Do you know what's going on in this damned place? You just ran here without saying a word. Are you courting death? Have you gone nuts?" After he was finished, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. "I don't know her, so whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me. What did she do to me? If she really wanted to kill herself, no one would stop her. But just now, I couldn't help but snap at her." After a moment of silence, Li Shiqing's voice came the next moment. "Sorry, I just wanted to clean myself as I was feeling uncomfortable. I saw that everyone was busy with their own affairs, so I thought that I had some time, and as luck would have it, I noticed this lake when we were passing by. So I came here." Yang Kai was surprised by her reaction and scratched his cheek as he stated, "In that case, you should have told us beforehand. Everyone was worried about you." "Next time I will," Li Shiqing replied. "There will still be next time." Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He firmly decided that he would part ways with this woman after leaving this place and in the future never meet her again. He had a faint feeling that nothing good would come out of associating with her. "Brother Yang?" Li Shiqing called out again, sounding a little embarrassed. "Are you still here?" "Yes," Yang Kai replied in a heavy voice. "Can you please move back a little? I want to put on my clothes." These words could easily arouse some fantasies in the listener's mind, and Yang Kai couldn't help but picture a certain naked figure in his mind. Quickly shaking his head and putting aside the distracting thoughts, he replied, "All right, I'll go over there and wait for you." "Many thanks," Li Shiqing gently replied. Yang Kai's figure rose and flew towards the distance. But just as his feet lifted from the ground, he heard Li Shiqing suddenly shout, and he hurriedly stopped and turned back. The next moment, he saw the part of the lake where Li Shiqing was previously bathing turn turbid, and amid all the commotion, a struggling arm which quickly sank towards the bottom of the lake. What happened? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. At this moment, he didn't know what to think and promptly flew over and shouted, "Li Shiqing!" But how could he get an answer? The lake was in turmoil, and he couldn't find Li Shiqing anywhere in his sight. He could sense her with his divine sense, but he had no idea what danger she was in. Much to his surprise, she kept sinking to the bottom of the lake as she struggled. Without giving it another thought, Yang Kai flipped in the air and dove straight down into the lake. The water splashed as he swam deeper, urging his Emperor Qi to push away the surrounding water as he reached down to grab. A soft and silky feeling came from his hand, as if he was grabbing the most exquisite silk in the world, and Yang Kai fiercely pulled Li Shiqing over, flying up with a completely bare, shapely, snow-white figure in tow. Her soft, silky, and snow-white body was enough to make any man in the world go crazy. But Yang Kai didn't have the time to appreciate it, as he just stared into her eyes and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Li Shiqing didn't answer though, and instead, she let herself be pulled along with his strength and crashed into Yang Kai's arm. In that instant, Yang Kai felt something, or rather two somethings softly press against his chest. When he gazed down, he saw a beautiful face that could make everyone fall head over heels for it. The veil that was covering her face had disappeared, revealing Li Shiqing's true appearance. As Lan Sun had said, she was indeed an incredible beauty. The heavens seemed to have put all the most beautiful features on her, resulting in a breathtaking countenance. As their eyes met, warning bells immediately rang in Yang Kai's heart as Li Shiqing gently whispered in his ears, "Look at me." Her voice had a mysterious power that caused Yang Kai to involuntarily stare at her. A strange gleam suddenly appeared in the depths of her eyes, like the starry sky in the night, full of glittering points of light. Yang Kai felt as if a binding technique had been cast upon him, making it impossible for him to move. An invisible burst of divine sense easily broke through Yang Kai's knowledge sea defenses and left a kind of brand on his soul in the next instant. Time seemed to have been frozen at this moment. After some unknown time, Yang Kai's pupils finally moved, and when he finally regained his vision and looked ahead, he saw Li Shiqing gently smiling at him. That smile was enough to make everything in the world lose its color, like that smile would only bloom for him and him alone. Yang Kai was furious, however, and grabbed Li Shiqing's slender neck, leaping out of the water and landing on the shore as he pressed her up against a tree and gloomily asked with a cold glare, "What did you just do to me?" At this moment, if Yang Kai still couldn't understand Li Shiqing's distress was just a ploy on her part, and that there was no danger under the lake, he would be a true fool. From the start, he felt that something was wrong. The lake was so clear that it was impossible for a monster beast to hide in it. And Li Shiqing was a second-order emperor as well as Flower Shadow Great Emperor's personal disciple. So how could it be possible for her to fall into danger so easily? Now he finally understood that everything was a trap to draw him closer to herself. And laughably, "I got myself tricked." But how could he have expected that Li Shiqing, whom he had met by chance just a day ago, would use this kind of ploy to trick him? Suddenly, he recalled Gao Zhan's previous warning. Could it be that he was warning me about Li Shiqing? But why? Why did she entrap me? What did she just do to me? Yang Kai didn't feel any discomfort, nor did he find any injuries on himself while his knowledge sea looked just fine as well. But he clearly noticed that Li Shiqing had done something to him just now, something involving his knowledge sea. But if that was the case, why didn't the seven-colored soul-warming lotus react? Yang Kai even suspected that Li Shiqing came here alone just to draw him out. By the small lake, a naked and enchanting figure that could make anyone's nose bleed was pressed against the tree and held by her neck by Yang Kai, who had a furious and murderous look on his face. This situation looked extremely weird. Having fallen into her trap without even noticing it, Yang Kai became somewhat angry out of shame. Naturally, Yang Kai didn't show mercy, but neither was he cruel. Although Li Shiqing's cultivation was fairly good, he literally had her by the neck now, making it difficult for her to breathe, flushing her face red. But Li Shiqing didn't complain at all. Rather, a smile that could melt even a statue's heart hung on her face as she calmly gazed at Yang Kai, as if she would have no complaints even if he really killed her now. Yang Kai's heart ached inexplicably seeing this, but he forced down his feelings of discomfort and shouted, "Speak! From now on, we will never separate," Li Shiqing suddenly stated. Just as she said this, Yang Kai felt his heart flutter, but his frown only grew deeper. "Are you insane? If you utter any more nonsense, I'll kill you. Don't think that I won't dare." Li Shiqing smiled at him, as if she knew no fear, lifted one of her slender jade-like hands, and asked in a gentle voice while gently holding Yang Kai's arm, "Are you willing?" Yang Kai coldly smiled. "Why wouldn't I be willing?" On the inside, though, Yang Kai was cursing vehemently. Damn it! I'm really reluctant to do it. As soon as he thought of killing her, it was like his mind, body, and soul all rejected the very notion violently. At this moment, the woman before him, whom he had only known for a day, actually appeared like the most important person in his life. He felt as if he had already known her for decades, and they shared a deep and unbreakable bond with each other. Charm technique. Yang Kai furrowed his brow, thinking about it as one of the possibilities. Only a powerful charm technique could explain the current situation and his feelings for Li Shiqing. Otherwise, why would he be swayed over a woman he had only just met by chance and who clearly had sinister intentions towards him? Li Shiqing just giggled and said nothing. Yang Kai fiercely glared at her, as if he wanted to eat her alive, the murderous intent emanating from him reaching an almost tangible level. Anyone facing this kind of situation would fall into a panic, but Li Shiqing seemed to not know any fear. Even when Yang Kai had her by the neck and had pinned her against the tree, she just kept smiling. Only the slight grimace on her face showed that she even felt any pain. I'll ask one last time, what did you do to me? Yang Kai questioned in a bone-chilling voice. As if she sensed his impatience, Li Shiqing hesitated for a moment before finally giving a blunt answer. Heart seal. Heart seal? What's that? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. A link that binds our hearts together. We are inseparable from now on. Li Shiqing smiled winningly. Yang Kai's frown grew tighter. You mean to say, after you cast that heart seal secret technique on me, I will see you as precious. Can't you feel it yourself? Li Shiqing mischievously looked at him before continuing. Moreover, this feeling is mutual. What you are feeling, I am as well. Yang Kai stood gawking. What kind of nonsense secret technique was this? It actually brings two people who had just met by chance together, making both of them suffer. If it was just unidirectional, it would still have some uses, but it now seemed Li Shiqing was also affected by this secret technique. It was no wonder her gaze seemed a little off when she was staring at him just now. So it was because of this reason. Are you happy? Li Shiqing suddenly asked. Yang Kai, maintaining a straight face, rebuffed. Do you think I look even a little bit happy? The corners of your lips are raised though. Li Shiqing stared at him, blinking her big pretty eyes. Nonsense. Yang Kai immediately denied. Li Shiqing asked, sighing. Can you not be so rough? If you're too rough, it'll be very difficult for me to endure. Who do you think you're flirting with? Yang Kai glared at her. When she had just awakened, Yang Kai thought that she was cold and aloof, but after having come in close contact with her, he realized that he was blind. There wasn't a sliver of coldness or arrogance in this crazy woman. Even now, Li Shiqing was just pitifully staring at him, her eyes filled with resentment. Yang Kai, holding her neck, struggled hard a few times, but in the end, he couldn't overcome the strange sense of affection in his heart. He hated himself for being unable to do anything in this situation. He clearly wanted to kill her to prevent any future troubles, but he just couldn't do it. In the end, he let go of her and stated, Put on your clothes, then we'll talk. Her being naked wasn't helping his situation, as even if he didn't intentionally look at her, her sexy, bare-naked figure continued to affect his mind. Li Shiqing touched her neck and coughed a few times before taking her clothes from her space ring and pushing them toward Yang Kai. What? Yang Kai impatiently asked. Help me dress. Li Shiqing smilingly looked at him. Scram! Yang Kai snorted, blowing his top once more. She is actually asking me to help her dress? Dream on. Are you going to help me or not? Li Shiqing stubbornly looked at him. Yang Kai rebuffed. And what if I don't help you? Li Shiqing seriously gazed at him for a while before suddenly throwing her clothes on the ground, turning around, and flying back. Yang Kai stood dumbstruck on his spot. After a long time, he finally reacted. His figure moved as space principles fluctuated around him. After a few teleportations, Yang Kai stood blocking Li Shiqing's path and asked, grinding his teeth, What are you doing? Going back, of course. Everyone must be worried about me. Li Shiqing replied as if it was a matter of course. Yang Kai stared his eyes out at her, looking at her from top to bottom. Are you going to return like this? Li Shiqing replied with a smile. And why? Have you gone insane? Yang Kai simply didn't know what to say to her. Although most of their group were women, and the only other male was blind, if she really returned naked, it would be a great scandal. Also, even if Gao Zhan was blind, his cultivation had reached the Emperor realm, so with his divine sense, he could see just fine. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt his heart tighten. Then help me dress. Li Shiqing smugly looked at him. Yang Kai's expression at this moment was beyond just ugly. Clenching and unclenching his fists, veins pulsed on his forehead for a time before he roared, "You're crazy!" Despite saying so, he stepped forward, grabbed Li Shiqing's jade-white hand, and dragged her back to the lake. Li Shiqing allowed herself to be led around by him, her face filled with happiness, accompanied by a victorious smile. After returning to the lake, Yang Kai picked up the clothes she had thrown on the ground before, fiddled with them for a while, and finally figured out how they were worn. When had he ever helped a woman put on her clothes? He had always been only responsible for taking them off. While dressing her, his hands inevitably brushed her body here and there, making it difficult for him to restrain the throbbing in his heart. The entire incident was quite exhausting, but Li Shiqing still shamelessly stated, "If you want to touch, feel free to touch. I don't mind." Yang Kai's psychological line of defense instantly collapsed. Since he was already neck-deep, it wouldn't hurt to plunge right in. No longer having any scruples, his hands began wandering about freely, causing Li Shiqing a mixture of pain and pleasure as he wantonly groped her, causing her cheeks to flush bright pink. After some tossing and turning, Yang Kai finally got the clothes onto Li Shiqing, a far more exhausting task than he had imagined it would be. He then looked at her with a squinted gaze and seriously questioned, "How did Flower Shadow Great Emperor take a disciple like you? Isn't she afraid of having her reputation ruined?" Li Shiqing smiled before beckoning Yang Kai with her fingers. "What now?" Yang Kai warily looked at her. "Come here. Tell me what you are going to do first." Yang Kai remained unmoving. Li Shiqing stomped her foot before walking over to him on her own. She then leaned forward and pressed her cherry-red lips on his. Yang Kai stood in place like a wooden chicken, and when their lips finally separated, he coldly asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Li Shiqing smiled. "It doesn't have any meaning. I just wanted to kiss you." Yang Kai's flashed an icy smile. "Do you think everything will be okay if you act all cute and innocent? I want to see how you will explain yourself to Flower Shadow Great Emperor after returning." Li Shiqing replied, "You don't have to worry about that." Yang Kai asked, curious, "Are you not afraid of disappointing your master?" Li Shiqing smiled at him. "Are you trying to probe me? In fact, if you want to know anything, you can just ask me straight away. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Only ghosts would believe you." Yang Kai had a lot of questions on his mind, such as why she planted the heart seal secret technique on him, bringing misery to both of them. But he knew that even if he asked, he wouldn't get a straight answer from Li Shiqing. He still hadn't figured out why Li Shiqing and the other children and disciples of the great emperors had been kidnapped in the first place, and now such a thing had also happened. In short, Yang Kai was having a major headache. Li Shiqing took out a veil and put it on as she stated, "Actually, I made this trip especially for you. Just for me." Yang Kai frowned. "How did you determine that I would come?" Li Shiqing took a deep breath as her voluptuous bosom rose and fell before explaining. "This is an independent sealed world. If one wants to open the entrance, they need to be proficient in the Tao of space. In the entire star boundary, there are only two people who fit this criteria, you and Li Wuyi. Li Wuyi lives in the Eastern Territory. Furthermore, since Lan Sun was involved, Star Soul Palace would definitely seek you out, and just as expected, they really went to you." Yang Kai frowned after hearing this and suspiciously asked, "Don't tell me Flower Shadow Great Emperor is behind all of this? Were Lan Sun, Yao Lin, and the others kidnapped on the behest of Flowed Shadow Great Emperor?" Li Shiqing smiled. "Of course not. This matter has nothing to do with her." "It has nothing to do with her?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow. It has nothing to do with her. Li Shiqing shook her head, giving her affirmation. Yang Kai, on the other hand, shivered as he stated, "You aren't Li Shiqing. Who are you?" Much to Yang Kai's surprise, she addressed Flower Shadow Great Emperor as her. Yang Kai didn't sense any respect in Li Shiqing's voice. If this Li Shiqing was really Li Shiqing, then as Flower Shadow Great Emperor's disciple, how could she act like this? She should have had the utmost respect towards her honored master. Coupled with the heart seal, Yang Kai was almost certain that the Li Shiqing before him was fake. After all, as far as he knew, Myriad Flower Valley didn't possess such a charm technique. Li Shiqing was momentarily taken aback before smiling. Where did I slip up? Since she knew that Yang Kai wanted to make her talk, she shouldn't have consciously revealed anything. But she hadn't expected to expose herself unintentionally. You really aren't Li Shiqing. A chill ran down Yang Kai's spine as he felt that things were rapidly getting more and more complicated. Where is the real Li Shiqing? What did you do to her? Li Shiqing objected, looking at Yang Kai with a frown. Am I not enough? Why do you care about some other woman? Don't mess with me. Answer the question. What did you do to her? Along the way here, he had been informed that Flower Shadow Great Emperor's disciple, Li Shiqing, had gone missing, and now that there was a fake in front of him, the question became, where is the real Li Shiqing? Li Shiqing helplessly sighed before replying. She's fine. She's just been taken to a certain place, that's all. Where? Li Shiqing smilingly looked at him. To the place where I want to take you. If you agree to come with me, I'll tell you. Good, I agree, Yang Kai readily said. Li Shiqing tittered lightly. I'm not a 3-year-old child that can be tricked so easily. Yang Kai suddenly stepped forward, pulled her into his arms and affectionately stared into her eyes. Whether it's because of that secret technique or not, my feelings for you at this moment make me want to forever be with you. Anywhere you go, I will naturally go with you. These words seemed to have caused a great impact on Li Shiqing, making her grow limp and snuggle into Yang Kai's chest. A happy and sweet smile bloomed on her face as she softly whispered, I believe you are sincere, but it's true that you have other intentions as well. I won't tell you unless you come with me. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately threw her away like he was abandoning a pair of worn-out shoes. You really don't want to go with me? I can be with you forever. We will be inseparable. Li Shiqing sincerely looked at him. Yang Kai impatient stated, I hate people playing dumb with me. First tell me who you are, where you want to take me, and what you want to do when we get there. Li Shiqing pondered for a moment before replying. It's not convenient to answer all your questions for the time being. I can only tell you that something big will happen in the near future, and you, being proficient in the Tao of space, will play a huge role in it. Otherwise, do you think I would come here in person? As for who I am, you will know in the future. My identity will definitely not bring shame to you. Yang Kai rebuffed, saying this is equivalent to saying nothing. He rolled his eyes at her and continued, Let's take a rest. We will return to the others in a bit. Saying so, he sat down on the spot and ignored her. With the damned heart seal secret technique planted on him, Yang Kai didn't need to be on guard against Li Shiqing doing something to him. He had seen and touched her entire body already, so if she was really scheming against him, it would have been revealed long ago. As such, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about anything before her. Seeing him sit down, Li Shiqing suddenly came over and asked, What's wrong? Do you want to probe my identity through my secret technique? She's too sharp. Yang Kai's brow twitched. Whoever said that those who have big breasts aren't smart couldn't be more mistaken. He was really attempting what she had said. He couldn't get anything directly from Li Shiqing, but everything that had happened today must have left some clues, and the best place to start was the so-called heart seal secret technique. Yang Kai had clearly felt that something was imprinted into his knowledge sea before, but he couldn't find it now. By the looks of it, this extra thing should be the heart seal. As long as he could find the source of this secret technique and carefully study it, he might be able to uncover some clues. Opening his eyes, he turned and asked flatly, Are you going to stop me? Li Shiqing covered her mouth and giggled. Why would I try to stop you? If you want to check it, go right ahead. But I should remind you that this technique is indiscernible. Even if you spend your entire life on it, you won't be able to resolve it. Not to mention you, a second-order Emperor Realm Master, even if a great Emperor tried, he won't be able to do anything. Yang Kai rebuffed, pursing his lips. Braggart! Regardless of who Li Shiqing was or where she came from, her cultivation was the same as his. Both of them were second-order emperors, but she actually dared to boast so shamelessly. Yang Kai really wanted to make her eat her own words. Li Shiqing continued, smiling. Best of luck then. Big sister will wait for you. Yang Kai snorted. Thanks. Li Shiqing didn't say another word, and Yang Kai too closed his eyes and focused. The next moment, his soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea, carefully looking around. After the time it took for an incense to burn, Yang Kai gloomily opened his eyes. Li Shiqing immediately asked, Well? Yang Kai glared at her. Enjoy yourself for now. I'm currently pressed for time, so I can't take a more careful look. I will definitely succeed in the end. Then I'll be waiting for the good news. Li Shiqing smiled before continuing. Where are we going now? Yang Kai really wanted to say, You go your way while I go mine, but he wasn't able to do so. Just as these words reached the tip of his tongue, he couldn't bear to speak them. All he could do was unhappily speak the truth. We're returning to the others. He then suddenly warned her. If you dare to attack them, I will never forgive you. Li Shiqing tittered. Rest assured. I've already achieved the purpose of my trip. I just need to stay by your side from now on. Yang Kai asked, frowning. You aren't returning to Myriad Flower Valley? Li Shiqing stated, smiling. I'm not Li Shiqing. Why would I return to Myriad Flower Valley? Then how are you going to explain yourself to Flower Shadow Great Emperor? If she pursues this matter, your identity will definitely be exposed. Li Shiqing looked at him, blinking her eyes. Are you worried about me? Stop flattering yourself. I'm worried that I will be implicated by you. In any case, even if Flower Shadow Great Emperor doesn't ask after we leave this place, I will tell her myself. Li Shiqing neither said no, nor did she say yes. If that makes you happy, you can do it. Her tone and posture said that she was sure Yang Kai would definitely not expose her. This made Yang Kai grind his teeth in anger as he gloomily asked, Fine. You have to at least tell me what your real name is. Li Shiqing was silent for a while before a brilliant smile appeared on her lips. Rumeng? You Rumeng? Yang Kai lightly nodded in acknowledgement before going silent, taking the lead on the way back. Naturally, Yu Rumeng kept up with him, but after flying just a few kilometers, they suddenly heard a deafening explosion echo across the sky like thunder, shaking the entire world. The next moment, an overbearing pressure descended from above. Yang Kai's expression momentarily changed as he immediately stopped and looked up at the gray sky with a look of uncertainty looming over his face. The thunderous explosion wasn't real thunder, of course, but the sound of someone fighting. What left Yang Kai terrified was that the cultivation of whoever was fighting had reached the Great Emperor level. Just the fallout from this clash had sent his blood and chi into turmoil, forcing him to circulate his Emperor chi to stabilize his body and mind. Great Emperors are actually fighting here? A fight isn't a solo event. In other words, there are two Great Emperors fighting in this strange sealed world. Which two? Is the one who broke into this world when I opened the entrance also involved? It started. Yang Kai suddenly heard Yu Rumeng's soft whisper beside him. Yang Kai turned to look at her, but all he saw was her solemnly looking up at the sky. A faint excitement and anticipation could also be found in her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai was slightly startled at the sight of her because he found that Yu Rumeng hadn't used her Emperor Chi to defend herself at all. This caused Yang Kai to suspect his own eyes a little. Both of them were second-order emperors, so why could Yu Rumeng remain safe and sound, not deterred by the resulting shockwaves of the battle? Yang Kai didn't believe there was anyone in this world superior to him in the second-order emperor realm. If he went all out, using all his strength and means, he could even fight against a pseudo-great emperor. However, Yu Rumeng's performance was actually better than his at this moment, so he was surprised. Hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked, What has started? Yu Meng shook her head and didn't give an answer. Another deafening clap rang out as a dark crack suddenly appeared in the sky. It was like the gaping maw of an invisible beast that was about to swallow the world whole. Space had started to become more turbulent as minute cracks splintered here and there, momentarily appearing and then disappearing. The sealed world couldn't withstand the battle between the two great emperors. Such phenomena had appeared in such a short time, and if it continued, this sealed world would undoubtedly shatter. At this point, Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, "Hurry!" While shouting, he shot off with great speed. Yu Meng took another glance at the sky before following Yang Kai. After a while, several figures appeared before them. When they met each other, Yang Kai discovered that they were none other than Lan Xun, Lin Yuner and the others. All four, no more, no less. Senior sister. Nothing happened to her, right? Lan Xun, looking at Yu Meng who was following Yang Kai, asked. She's fine. Yang Kai shook his head. He didn't explain what Yu Meng did or why she disappeared under everyone's nose. In a manner of speaking, he too was a little confused about this, but still, there were other priorities right now. It's not suitable to stay here for too long. Please closely follow me. We will leave here the moment I find an exit. Lan Xun and the others solemnly nodded. At this moment, no one was blind to the dangers of their current situation. When gods and immortals fought, it was mortals that suffered. If they didn't want to be dragged into this calamity, they had to quickly leave this place. But where the exit was, or whether this sealed world even had an exit, no one knew. All Yang Kai could do was lead everyone to speed forward, searching and secretly praying. While flying, Lin Yuner suddenly cried in surprise. It's Master's aura. Yang Kai looked along with her gaze and asked, pointing at the sky, Senior Iron Blood is over there? Lin Yuner affirmed with a nod. That's Master's aura. No doubt. She was the only disciple of Iron Blood Great Emperor, and after having spent so many years with him, Lin Yuner wouldn't mistake her own master's aura. So Senior Iron Blood is here. Gao Zhan suddenly stated. No wonder the battle is so fierce. Lan Xun asked, but who is fighting Senior Iron Blood? Everyone shook their heads upon hearing this. Although they could tell that it must be another great emperor, no one knew who it was. At this moment, the gray world suddenly became dark, as if all light had been snuffed out, making the entire world as black as the moonless and starless night. Even if everyone was an Emperor Realm Master, no one could see anything. Not only were their lines of sight blocked, but even when they spread their divine senses, it was as if they had entered a dark space where they could no longer perceive anything. Night Shadow Great Emperor! Lan Xun cried out in shock. Such an obvious sign made her immediately conclude the identity of the other Great Emperor locked in battle with Iron Blood Great Emperor. Only one Great Emperor had such a mystical technique, and that was the Master of Darkness, Night Shadow Great Emperor. Such a phenomenon couldn't be any more obvious. Is it really him? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. On the way here, Xiao Yuyang said that they suspected that Night Shadow Great Emperor might have something to do with Lan Xun's disappearance. But that was just a speculation. Nothing more, nothing less. By the looks of it now, though, this speculation might just be true. Gao Zhang was puzzled. How very strange. Why is Senior Iron Blood fighting with Senior Night Shadow? With their sight gone blind and divine senses perception gone hazy, everyone could only halt their steps and stand on the spot. Yang Kai solemnly explained, Star Soul Palace suspected that Shadow Killer Palace had something to do with your kidnappings. If that's true, the two seniors fighting isn't strange either. But it's tough for a winner to emerge in a fight between two great emperors, not that we can really tell what is going on right now. Yang Kai was secretly growing anxious. In our current situation, we can neither advance nor retreat. We can only hold our ground. However, if the battle between great emperors causes this world to shatter, I'm afraid things will not end well for anyone. Everyone will be swallowed into the void crack, no exception. While he was thinking, a bright light suddenly flashed across the sky, dispelling the darkness obscuring the light. Everyone looked up and suddenly saw a full moon hanging in the sky, emitting a brilliant yet soft light. Father? Lan Sun tenderly cried in surprise. As soon as Lan Sun cried out, everyone realized that Bright Moon Great Emperor was also here. This was consistent with the information that Xianxia had previously received. It was Bright Moon Great Emperor's message that led Star Soul Palace all the way here. They were also guessing whether the Great Emperor had entered this world or not, and by the looks of it, he had indeed. The full moon phenomenon in the sky was the best proof in itself. In other words, there were 3 great emperors in this strange world. Furthermore, they were locked in a heated battle. But one thing that was certain was that Bright Moon Great Emperor and Night Shadow Great Emperor were on opposite sides. As for whose side Iron Blood Great Emperor stood remained unclear, but chances were that he had teamed up with Bright Moon Great Emperor. In the sky, the darkness swept back and forth, fighting against the brilliance of the full moon. The clashes between the light and darkness were the clashes between the principles of the 2 great emperors. If they were fighting alone, it would be hard to tell the strong and weak from the 2 great emperors, as they were like water and fire, but at this moment there was Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen here as well, and with a 2 versus 1, Night Shadow Great Emperor was surely at a disadvantage. Judging by the phenomena in the sky, it was evident that although the darkness was mighty, it was obviously not stronger than brightness and was being suppressed little by little. Occasionally, a long cry would resound, shaking the world. Xianxia and the others quietly watched. Except for Yu Rumeng, everyone had a solemn look hanging on their faces, because they knew the reason why the 3 great emperors were fighting. If their disciples and descendants were kidnapped, something happening like this is a matter of course. After all, a battle between great emperors wasn't a trivial matter. It was very likely that the entire star boundary would be shaken by such a conflict. Lan Sun, Lin Yuner, and the others hadn't even suffered any injuries. They were just trapped in this world. That's all. But that did little to alleviate the grievances that had been forged by their abduction in the first place. The shockwaves spread far and wide, sending ripples through space, destabilizing the foundation of this world more and more. Xianxia drew a deep breath and proposed in a solemn voice, "We should leave now." Lan Sun came back to her senses and withdrew her gaze, turning to look at Xianxia. "But which direction should we go?" Xianxia also had no idea, so he could only turn to Gao Zhan. "Brother Gao, shouldn't it be time for you to make some predictions?" Xianxia had experienced Gao Zhan's ability firsthand. Since he could even figure out Yu Rumeng's location, it shouldn't be that hard to find the location of the exit, right? But contrary to his expectation, Gao Zhan just slowly shook his head. "I can do nothing." Xianxia turned his gaze then to Yu Rumeng. If Gao Zhan couldn't be counted on, he could only turn to her as she seemed to know more about their situation than anyone. But no matter how much Xianxia asked, she did not give him any substantive answer. When their eyes met, Yu Rumeng indifferently asked, "Why is Brother Yang looking at me?" Shurqing has no idea either. Cheap slut. Xianxia was sure that she definitely knew something, but since she was pretending to be Li Shurqing, she put on a perfectly innocent and righteous act. Annoyed, Xianxia really wanted to tear off her disguise, but instead, he immediately stated in a heavy voice, "We might very well die here. If you know something, please tell me." Yu Rumeng slowly shook her head. "Brother Yang, why are you asking me?" Shurqing had been in deep sleep before and just woke up now. How would she know anything about this place? Lan Sun intervened. "Senior Brother Yang, please don't embarrass Senior Sister Li. She really doesn't know anything. You're the ones who don't know anything. You're all being deceived by her." Xianxia roared in his heart. But at this point, Xianxia was also helpless. All he could do was resign himself. "Then it will depend on our luck. If we are lucky, we might be able to leave this place alive. But if not—" He paused and continued, "Everyone might die here." After having said this, he viciously glared at Yu Rumeng, who just stared back at him innocently, though with a flash of mischievousness in the depths of her eyes. The battle in the sky grew fiercer and fiercer as the 3 great emperors seemed to be exerting their full power without any reservation. This only increased the signs of this world collapsing, though. Everyone dared not stay in such a place for a long time, so all they could do was move on. Not long after, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed as he raised his head. looking ahead. What's wrong? Lan Xun asked as she noticed the slight change in Yang Kai's expression. Someone's here. Yang Kai replied as he promptly scanned with his divine sense and reported, It's the members of Star Soul Palace. Elder Shui and the others? Lan Xun's spirits immediately lifted. Yang Kai nodded before speeding up. Obviously, the other side had noticed the situation here and were rushing over to Yang Kai and the others. After a while, the two groups met. Princess. Shui Zhangmao looked happy after meeting Lan Xun. He hurriedly stepped forward and inquired about her well-being, carefully checking for any signs of injuries. After making sure that she was safe and sound, he finally put his heart to rest. Xiao Yuyang walked to Yang Kai and asked, How did you find them? Yang Kai replied, frowning, I don't know who, but someone led me to them. When I found them, they were all in a deep sleep, probably a result of something using some kind of soul secret technique on them. Someone lured you over? Xiao Yuyang was stunned. Yang Kai affirmed with a nod. Now it's apparent that the person who led me to them was either Senior Bright Moon or Senior Iron Blood. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found them so easily. Xiao Yuyang pondered for a while before nodding and agreeing. That makes sense. Bright Moon Great Emperor or Iron Blood Great Emperor should have discovered Lan Xun and the others, but had other concerns to attend to, so it wasn't convenient for them to bring these juniors with them. As such, they had led Yang Kai over and left the rest to him. Elder Xiao, there is one more thing I need to tell you. Yang Kai suddenly turned serious. What is it? Xiao Yuyang and the other members of Star Soul Palace turned to look at him. Yang Kai's lips moved up and down a few times before he finally stated, We have to find a way out of here as soon as possible. If I'm right, if the seniors continue to fight like this, it will soon cause this sealed world to collapse. So it's about this. Xiao Yuyang failed to stifle his laughter. Even if Yang Kai hadn't warned them, they had also noticed. Shui Zhangmao added, We have been looking for an exit, but unfortunately, we have found nothing so far. Have you found any clues here? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Everyone's face turned gloomy. They too hadn't found anything, and if Yang Kai hadn't noticed anything either, how would they get out of here? Xiao Yuyang asked, Since you are proficient in the Tao of space, can't you simply tear the space of this world and open an exit? Yang Kai replied, shaking his head. That's not possible. After all, this is an independent sealed world with its own principles and world barrier. With my current comprehension of the Tao of space, I can't tear the barrier of this world. Even if I tried to tear space here, the rift would only lead to some other place in this world. We wouldn't return to the star boundary. Shui Zhangmao resigned. In that case, we can only slowly search. Since we were able to come in, we must naturally be able to go out. His voice suddenly turned solemn, looking at the sky. I just hope we can find the exit in time. He then waved his arm. Let's go. The combined team of people hurriedly chased after him. Who knows whether it was intentional or unintentional, but Yu Meng fell behind and flew shoulder to shoulder with Yang Kai. The next moment, her voice rang out from the side. You just tried to expose me, right? Yang Kai glanced sidelong at her. And so? The corners of Yu Meng's eyes rose as a smile started to bloom on her face. Then why didn't you do it? None of your damn business. Yang Kai bitterly replied. I know, it's because you couldn't bear to do it. Yu Meng smiled even more happily. Yang Kai coldly snorted. We don't know whether we will live or die. It doesn't make sense to expose you now. If we can find a way out of here, I will definitely expose you in public and watch you die. Yu Meng rebuffed. Just don't be sad at that time. In your dreams. Yang Kai snorted angrily and immediately picked up his pace, widening the distance between them at once. Happiness flashed across Yu Meng's eyes as she stared at his back and leisurely followed after him. Time ticked by, bit by bit, and after a full day and night, everyone had become a little restless, because they had not been able to find the exit even after searching for so long. As for the battle between the three great emperors, it had not once ceased during this time, cracking more and more fissures in the world around them to the point that void cracks were now present just about everywhere. Yang Kai was leading the way, only because no one could fly in this environment without his guidance. One might accidentally rush into a void crack, or have their bodies cut by the small invisible tears in space and end up dying. At a certain moment, a dazzling light suddenly illuminated the world. The team involuntarily halted their steps and looked up. The next moment, they saw an enormous dark screen clashing with the brilliance of the full moon in the sky, eliminating each other invisibly. At the same time, ear-splitting rumbles also started reverberating throughout the world. The earth began to crack, opening up massive canyons across the world, ones that seemed bottomless. Space shattered like a mirror and the sky literally began to break apart. Not good. Xiao Yuyang couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Their previous fears had come true. This world couldn't bear the fierce confrontation of three great emperors and was on the brink of collapsing. All of these phenomena were nothing but the precursors of its destruction. "Come here," Shui Zhengmao shouted. At this time, he didn't have the luxury to keep searching for an exit. All they could do was huddle together and gather everyone's strength to resist the coming calamity. Maybe, and just maybe, they could still survive the destruction of the world. Everyone understood their situation and as such, gathered around Elder Shui. Emperor Qi surged as nearly 20 people acted together, trying to maintain the stability of the place where they stood, preventing an area of a few hundred meters from being affected by the collapse of the world. Yang Kai looked over at Yu Rumeng and asked via voice transmission, angrily glaring at her, "Are you only going to be happy after we all die?" Yu Rumeng indifferently replied, "Whether others die or not, what does that have to do with me? As for you, will someone like you, who is proficient in the Tao of space, really die here?" "Slut!" Yang Kai cursed out of anger. Yu Rumeng was dumbstruck for a moment before she asked through gritted teeth, "What did you just call me?" "S-L-U-T. Slut." Yang Kai spelt it out for her. He had even cursed the second elder of the Dragon Clan. So what did Yu Rumeng matter? Yu Rumeng was obviously infuriated. She had never heard anyone swear at her so viciously, not to mention the fact that it was Yang Kai who swore at her. She stated, grinding her white teeth, "I'll fight you." Yang Kai kept sneering, "Bring it on." He didn't believe that Yu Rumeng would really dare to attack him in front of everyone. If she did it, her identity would definitely be exposed right away. As long as she was still harboring some schemes, she would definitely not waste her hard work. He really believed that, but contrary to his expectation, as soon as he spoke, Yu Rumeng looked at him with a mocking gaze, and the next moment, Yang Kai's knowledge fell into a turmoil as a head-splitting headache shook his mind and soul, one that caused him to involuntarily groan as his figure stumbled. Not only Yang Kai, but the same was also true for Yu Rumeng as well. It was obvious that when Yang Kai suffered these pains, she too suffered. Her jade-like skin turned a little white as fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Had they been in any other situation, this kind of sudden change in their condition would not have gone unnoticed by everyone. But right now, everyone was going all out to stabilize the space around them and prevent this small section of the world from being affected by the shockwaves of the Great Emperor's battle, so who had any time to care about the mood of others? As such, the sudden change in both of their conditions remained unknown and invisible to everyone. "What did you do?" Yang Kai was greatly shocked. He didn't even notice Yu Rumeng attacking him, but he felt as if his head was about to explode. "We'll both perish together," Yu Rumeng replied, gritting her teeth, her voice cracking here and there. Obviously, she was enduring great pains. "Are you crazy?" Yang Kai's face changed. Can't she see that it's not the time to play such a joke? She really is crazy. "Who asked to curse me?" Yu Rumeng stubbornly glared at Yang Kai as her forehead dripped with perspiration. "Since I swore at you, you can just curse back at me." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why go so far as to wound each other? "I want an apology." "Fuck your apology. You're still swearing at me?" Who knows if Yu Rumeng was hurt or angry, but her entire body shook violently. Finally, Lan Sun seemed to have noticed the strangeness here and asked with concern, "Senior Sisterly, are you okay?" Yu Rumeng shook her head, speaking not another word. Yang Kai timely sent a voice transmission. "If you have anything to say, we can deal with it later. Don't make trouble now, Yu Rumeng coldly stated. No one has ever sworn at me like that. No one can swear at me like that. Unless you apologize, we'll both die right here and now. Yang Kai was speechless as his facial muscles twitched for a while. But in this situation he had no choice but to comfort her. All right. It was my mistake. I will never swear at you. A great man knows when to yield and when to not. What does an apology count for? You said so. Right, I said it, you heard it right. Yu Rumeng finally stopped whatever it was she was doing, falling silent for a moment before asking with concern, Are you hurt? You don't say. Yang Kai wasn't angry per se, but felt that this woman changed her mind as quickly as flipping a page. I'm just a bit short-tempered. Don't irritate me like this next time. Perhaps because of the change in her mood, Yu Rumeng felt a little guilty about what she had just done, so her tone became extremely soft, enough to melt even the coldest of hearts. Yang Kai rolled his eyes at her and asked, That was also the power of the heart seal, right? Yu Rumeng didn't answer. Yang Kai still wanted to ask a few more questions, but it was already too late now. While the two were bickering with each other, the world around them had finally collapsed. The earth and space had fragmented into pieces, and then gradually drifted away and disappeared into the depths of the void under the influence of some unknown force. It was the first time everyone had seen such a peculiar scene, and it gave them all goosebumps. It's over. Shui Zhengmao heaved a long sigh. As an elder of Star Soul Palace and a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, he wasn't afraid of dying. But Lan Xun was still here. He was okay if he died, but Lan Xun perishing here as well was unacceptable to him. Apart from Lan Xun, there were other descendants and disciples of 4 great emperors present. Everyone's face was covered in gloom. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was quite safe and sound. Despite saying that the situation was very dangerous before, if things really reached a critical point, he could just take everyone into the sealed world bead and then try to find a way to escape from the void by himself. As long as he remained safe, everyone else would be safe too. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai was completely confident that he could safely escape from the void crack. But there were currently 3 great emperors fighting here, plus an entire sealed world had just collapsed. So this was an unfamiliar situation even for him, and he didn't dare to give out careless guarantees. He was only going to make a move when the situation reached the point where there was no other choice. Endless shattering sounds rang out as the speed of the world's collapse increased. Pieces of land drifted away, slowly disappearing into the void. In just an hour, everyone was completely surrounded by chaotic nothingness. Where they stood seemed to be the only safe place, and it was only barely maintained with the combined support of everyone present. However, this piece of land was only 100 meters or so in diameter, giving everyone the feeling of being stranded on an island drifting through the void crack. There was no light, and they couldn't see or control where they were going, like they were lost and helpless, abandoned by the world itself. Yang Kai suddenly furrowed his brow, focusing his gaze in a certain direction. What's wrong? Xiao Yuyang, who was standing next to him, immediately asked. Yang Kai didn't answer as he quietly scanned that region. After a while, though, his spirits lifted and he declared, There is an exit over there. Everyone was overjoyed after hearing this, while Lei Hong asked in a cracking voice, Is it the same entrance that we entered in the star boundary? Yang Kai replied, nodding, It's quite possible. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go take a look. Lai Hong impatiently shouted. Yang Kai slightly nodded in affirmation. Just as he was about to fly out, though, his figure froze again before he carefully scanned the surroundings. In the next instant, his expression changed drastically as he shouted, Damn it! Run! Saying so, he pushed his space principles without reserve or explanation, wrapped everyone in them, and led them away as fast as he could. Everyone was confused, but seeing Yang Kai's solemn expression, they knew that something had gone wrong. Only Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space, had any authority to speak in this damned place. He must have noticed something for him to make this kind of sudden decision. Traveling in the void was extremely dangerous, and without Yang Kai's support, it would be impossible for these 20 or so to stick together. As soon as they tried to move about on their own, they would be scattered and lost. Everyone also wanted to know what Xianxia had noticed for him to look so panicked, but obviously now wasn't the right time to ask. However, their confusion didn't last for long as an unusual commotion suddenly came from behind. Deafening rumbles rang out through the void, as if a stampede of something was tumbling over. In the midst of their escape, Shuizheng Mao and the other top masters glanced back, but they couldn't see anything at all. They also spread their divine senses, but they couldn't extend them too far as the void suppressed their perception and senses greatly. After about an incense stick worth of time, a bright light suddenly appeared before everyone. All of them couldn't help but feel like a window had opened in a dark room after seeing this light. Even if Xianxia didn't give an explanation, all of them knew that the source of the light was the exit. Everyone was elated. As the popular adage goes, one who survives a great disaster is destined for good fortune after. In this case, everyone had gained a precious experience after escaping from the clutches of death. The team swiftly sped along with Xianxia at the lead, reaching the source of the light a moment later and charging straight into it. Everything went white before their eyes, but in the next moment, they regained their vision and found themselves standing in a world of glowing yellow sand. "We're back." Shuizheng Mao was elated. Furthermore, they were back to the place where they had first entered. Obviously, this was the very same desert as there was still an enormous funnel below their feet. Much to everyone's surprise, they actually found their way out after the world had collapsed. "We need to leave here quickly." Xianxia, however, didn't stop for even a moment and quickly shouted. Seeing him acting as if he was avoiding some great disaster, everyone didn't have time to appreciate surviving their recent ordeal. Suppressing whatever doubt in their hearts they had, they all followed after him quickly. After flying for 100 kilometers, Xianxia finally stopped and looked back with an incomparably dignified look on his face. "Xianxia, what did you notice?" Xiao Yuyang walked up to him and asked, looking along his gaze. Xianxia shook head, replying, "I hope I'm wrong, but if I'm not..." "A catastrophe is about to begin," Gao Zhan flatly said. At this moment, his eyes were open and his white pupils were glimmering with a strange light as he stared towards the funnel in the distance. Xianxia looked over at him and felt the impulse to rip out his tongue. He is completely useless when we need him, and opens his crow's mouth when we don't want him to. Furthermore, the ill omens he spouts all come true. Before he told me to be careful, I really fell for you Ru Meng's plot. Now he is talking about the start of a catastrophe. He definitely doesn't have any friends, Xianxia concluded in his heart. Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded as dust flew up into the air. The next moment, a pitch-black aura gushed out of the funnel, rushing straight to the sky before rapidly spreading into the surroundings. Everywhere that pitch-black aura passed, the world began to change, as if all light and color had been drained from it. "That's..." Shuizheng Mao and everyone's eyes bulged out, staring at the scene in a daze, a chill rushing up their spine. "Ha!" Xianxia heaved a sigh. He had been praying that his guess was wrong, but contrary to his wishes, it turned out to be true. The question now, though, was what exactly was going on? "Demon Qi!" Xiao Yuyang cried out in alarm. Even from a distance of 100 kilometers, he could detect the malevolent will contained in the erupting black qi. He was also there during the outbreak of the demon tribulation in the Southern Territories Orthodoxy Temple a few years back, so he was naturally no stranger to demon qi. It was just that the demon qi back in Orthodoxy Temple was nothing compared to the demon qi they were seeing now. Whether it was quantity or quality, the two were on completely different levels. How could demon qi erupt from the sand funnel? Furthermore, it continues as if the funnel is connected to an infinite reservoir of demon qi. The boundless demon qi gushed out from the sand funnel and madly spread into the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, demon qi had flooded a radius of 12 kilometers. Moreover, it was still spreading in every direction at a rapid pace. A few years back, a demon catastrophe had struck the Southern Territory, and now, after a few years, demon qi had emerged in the Western Territory. This caused those present to begin to wonder about a great many things. Xianxia even suspected that a new demon realm invasion was about to begin. In the Thousand Illusions dream world, he had personally fought against a demon realm invasion, and although what he experienced was just a dream, according to Xianxia, everything in the Thousand Illusions dream world was based on real history. In other words, a great battle between humans and demons had really occurred in ancient times. Of course, Xianxia didn't exist in those ancient times. He was just participating in an elaborate simulation of that great battle as a man from the future. In that war, the demon race was defeated, but they weren't eradicated. After recuperating for tens or thousands of years, was the demon race planning to make a comeback? Would the demon race launch a new invasion from the Western Territory? If that was really the case, then the last demon catastrophe in the Southern Territory suddenly made much more sense. The demon catastrophe was just the preliminary preparations made by the demon race to invade this world. If their plan had succeeded, then an untold number of demons and demonified humans would have been lurking in every corner of the major sects of the entire Southern Territory. With the Western Territory's invasion, and the countless demons in the Southern Territory, attacks from inside and outside could be launched to swiftly conquer the two territories. With such a firm foothold, launching a crusade against the rest of the star boundary would be a far simpler task. Xianxia shuddered at the thought of it. At that moment, Xianxia turned and looked at Yu Rumeng, his gaze as sharp as a falcon's, trying to see into the depths of her heart. Obviously, Yu Rumeng had anticipated all of this. Otherwise, she would have at least shown some surprise. So who is she? What role does she play in this drama? She also said that I, who is proficient in the Tao of space, will play a huge role in the future. Suddenly, Xianxia seemed to understand something. Why is there so much demon qi gushing out? Shuizheng Mao had a look of incredulity, gazing at the scene 100 or so kilometers away as he pulled nervously at his beard. It's a great disaster. It's a great disaster. The Southern Territory had suffered heavy losses in the last demon catastrophe. Even a top sect like Orthodoxy Temple was completely destroyed. Now, the situation in the Western Territory was much more severe than even that. How could the situation be any worse? Gao Zhan's crow mouth had unfortunately spoken the truth again. Furthermore, the speed with which calamity came had caught everyone off guard. Where are the seniors? Someone asked. No one could give an answer. The three great emperors had fought inside the sealed world, shattering it before disappearing. Who knows if they fell into the endless void crack or some other far-flung place. Lan Xun and Lin Yuner looked worried. Although Bright Moon Great Emperor and Iron Blood Great Emperor's cultivation had reached the highest realms possible, if they really fell into the void crack, becoming lost forever was not impossible. What are the top sects of the Western Territory? Xianxia turned his head and asked. Shuizheng Mao pondered for a moment before replying. There are 3, Pointed Star Sect, 100 Barbarian Mountain, and the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Of course, Wind and Cloud Pavilion couldn't be relied upon as last time he was in the Western Territory. Xianxia and Lin Yuner had paid them a visit and initiated a great fight, killing almost all of their top masters. Presumably, they still hadn't recovered from their losses. Why do you ask? Shuizheng Mao looked at him curiously. Xianxia replied, We need to notify the major sects of the Western Territory about this matter as soon as possible, so that they could send their respective masters over and work with us to contain the current situation. Otherwise, if the demon qi is allowed to spread, perhaps the entire Western Territory would plunge into misery and suffering. He paused for a moment and then continued, This might not just be related to the Western Territory. If the Western Territory is corrupted by demon qi, then the entire star boundary will suffer. We need to mobilize the masters from the other 3 territories too. I can arrange a large-scale space array to bring in reinforcements from the other 3 territories, but we should rally the local forces as well. Shuizheng Mao's eyes lit up after hearing this and agreed. You're quite right. He had been a bit dazed after seeing such a large eruption of demon qi, but now, he regained clarity after hearing Xianxia's suggestion. He immediately arranged several Emperor Realm Masters of Star Soul Palace to set out for the top sects of the Western Territory to notify them of this situation. Moments later, several silhouettes immediately left as swiftly as the wind. While they were talking, the endless demon qi had already spread another dozen kilometers outwards. Furthermore, its pace of expansion hadn't slowed down at all. Yang Kai's face had an extremely solemn look as pondered for a long time before saying, "I'll go over and see if it's possible to destroy the channel. If I'm right, a giant void corridor has been opened and might be connected to the demon realm." Demon realm. Shuizheng Mao and the others' faces immediately turned pale. Obviously, they knew what kind of place the demon realm was. Although they hadn't experienced the ancient war between humans and demons, Star Soul Palace was also a hegemon sect with an extremely long history, so it had a wide collection of ancient records in its archives. The others only thought that the situation here was somewhat similar to the Southern Territories' demon catastrophe, an eruption of sealed ancient demon chi, but after hearing Yang Kai's speculation, they realized the problem here may be far graver. If a void corridor at the base of the funnel was really connected to the demon realm, then the situation had far exceeded their worst imagination. Demon chi is insidious and corrosive. How will you maintain your sanity after rushing into it? Xiao Yuyang looked worried. Yang Kai's proposal was indeed the best course of action. If the funnel was really connected to the demon realm, the quickest solution would be to collapse the channel. But the channel itself was located at the epicenter of the demon chi eruption. If Yang Kai really entered such a place, becoming corrupted and losing his sanity would be almost instantaneous. But before anyone could react, Yang Kai's figure had already moved as he disappeared from the spot. Moments later, Yang Kai charged into the area covered in demon chi, but of course it had no effect on him at all. After all, he currently had a 300-meter-tall half-dragon body, which possessed strong resistance to almost all negative effects and energies, not to mention the mass of pure ancient demon chi sealed in his own dantian. Although Yang Kai did not enjoy traversing such an environment, he wasn't affected by it either. Yang Kai checked his bearing before flying towards the funnel. But just as he flew a short distance, he suddenly looked back and shouted, "Who's there?" Sounds of clothes flapping were coming from behind, so obviously someone was rushing over. A fragrant breeze blew across his face the next instant as a slim and slender figure appeared in Yang Kai's sight. It was none other than Yu Rumeng, who was smilingly looking at him. She stopped just a forearm's length away from him, nearly pushing her towering peaks up against his chest. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai frowned. "Leave quickly." Yu Rumeng sweetly smiled. "Didn't I say that from now on, I would always be with you?" Yang Kai angrily rebuked. "There is a huge difference between then and now. Can't you see where we are? Can you really remain safe?" How are you still safe here?" Yang Kai's eyes suddenly bulged in disbelief. "The reason why I'm not affected by the demon chi is naturally because of my strong physique and the demon chi sealed in my dantian. But why isn't Yu Rumeng affected at all?" Yang Kai didn't notice her using any sort of technique to resist the demon chi corrosion. But she could still walk around in the boundless demon chi like she was taking a stroll around her backyard with just her second-order Emperor realm cultivation. Yu Rumeng's brows curved as a smile bloomed on her face. "How can a trivial little bit of demon chi do anything to me? I have my own cards up my sleeve. You don't need to worry about me. Only ghosts would worry about you." Yang Kai half shouted, half spat out those words in her face. He then pondered for a moment before continuing, "You can follow me, just don't disturb me." It wasn't the right time to fight with her. Yang Kai just wanted to check whether he could destroy the void corridor at the funnel or not. Yu Rumeng kept nodding. "I won't disturb you." Yang Kai suspiciously stared at her for a moment before continuing on. A short time later, the duo arrived at the funnel, but when he looked down at it, Yang Kai realized it had really become a void corridor, and demon chi was continuously gushing out of it. Yang Kai suddenly felt confused. Originally, the funnel was the entrance to a sealed world, but he hadn't noticed the existence of any demon chi in that sealed world. Not to mention, that world had already collapsed, so where was the demon chi coming from? Could it be that that sealed world was located between the demon realm and the star boundary? And after that world collapsed, the demon realm and the star boundary were connected? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's countenance changed. If that's the case, then Iron Blood Great Emperor and Bright Moon Great Emperor have committed a grave mistake. Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards the void corridor and began mobilizing his divine sense and space principles madly, a solemn look hanging on his face. Suddenly, a piercing pain originated from his knowledge sea, making him feel like his head was about to explode, preventing him from continuing. Yang Kai immediately turned his head and shouted, "What are you doing?" Yu Rumeng, who was standing next to him, trembling all over, apparently enduring great pain, stuttered a reply, Nothing. Do you really think that I won't kill you?" Yang Kai ferociously glared at her like a crazed beast. Yu Rumeng didn't speak as she looked at him with a smile. "I give you 3 breaths to stop. Otherwise you will be responsible for what happens next." Yang Kai stared straight at her, his gaze as cold as ice, like he was really prepared to kill her. Yu Rumeng, however, just slowly shook her head with a mournful look on her face. After the 3 breaths had passed, a look of determination flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he shouted, "You court death." Saying so, he raised his arm and pushed out a palm at her. A majestic dragon pressure spread into the surroundings as his hand seemed to transform into a dragon clan as it ruthlessly struck Yu Rumeng's chest. The sounds of bone cracking rang loud and clear. Yu Rumeng's face turned pale as she spurted a mouthful of blood, dyeing the veil on her face red. At the same time, her figure flew out like a paper kite with a broken string. The pain in Yang Kai's mind disappeared right away, but in its place his heart felt like it had been fiercely gripped by an invisible hand. It was so painful that he could barely breathe. Yu Rumeng's heart seal secret technique was undoubtedly very powerful. People who weren't subjected to this secret technique could never know the helplessness of being swayed by the emotions it induced. At that moment, the person Yang Kai felt he had struck wasn't the stranger Yu Rumeng, but Su Yen or Xianing Chong. Barely holding himself back from checking on her, Yang Kai turned around and continued. His divine sense surged and space principles fluctuated as he probed the situation inside the funnel. Right then, rustling sounds came from behind. Yang Kai didn't need to look to know that Yu Rumeng had stood back up. Although his attack was fierce, it wasn't really meant to kill her, just injure her enough so that she couldn't interfere with him. "I just don't want to see you hurt." Yu Rumeng's weak voice rang in his ears. Before Yang Kai could realize what she meant, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened as he stared at the funnel while hurriedly withdrawing his divine sense. But he was still a little bit late. The divine sense he had spread was severed at that moment, and a painful grunt escaped his lips as his face suddenly turned pale. Damage to the divine sense could be considered an extremely serious injury, as it was a direct wound to one's soul. Without peerless elixirs, it would take an incredibly long time to recover naturally from such an injury, if it ever recovered at all. However, Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus. As such, he didn't need to worry about this. Under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, this kind of injury would soon be healed. What horrified him was that someone was guarding the funnel, and it was an existence vastly superior to him. It was that person who noticed Yang Kai's divine sense and cut it off. Not only that, a wisp of murderous intent even followed back along his retreating divine sense. How could Yang Kai still dare to stay there? His figure promptly retreated, grabbing the nearby Yu Rumeng by her waist. The next moment, space principles surged around the duo before they disappeared into thin air. Only now did he finally understand what Yu Rumeng meant. Obviously, she had known that things would turn out like this beforehand. Yang Kai retreated all the way out of the Demon Chi field and to the place where everyone from Star Soul Palace was waiting. He looked down and saw that Yu Rumeng's face was completely pale and her veil was dyed red. Although her life wasn't in danger, she looked quite dispirited. Who knows whether it was due to her injuries from Yang Kai's palm, or the heartbreak she was feeling from being attacked by him in the first place, but the chances of it being the latter were higher. At this moment, her head happened to be lifelessly tilted to one side like a wooden puppet. Yang Kai's lips moved up and down a little, trying to say something. However, he couldn't say anything in the end. Helpless, he took out a few pills and handed it to her. "Take them." Yu Rumeng remained indifferent as if she hadn't heard him. Yang Kai could only tear off her veil, squeeze her cheeks, and stuffed the pills into her mouth. "Pay!" Yu Rumeng turned her head and spat out the pills. Yang Kai's brow twitched before he bitterly stated, "If you don't want to eat them, Then forget it. Heh. Yu Rumeng took a sidelong glance at him before a strange smile appeared on her lips. Then she glanced to the other side. As the duo hurriedly arrived before Shuizheng Mao and the others, everyone went to greet them and asked about the situation. Yang Kai handed Yu Rumeng to Lan Sun to take care of her before he replied, shaking his head. Someone is guarding the channel. Furthermore, it seems to be Night Shadow Great Emperor. He had noticed Night Shadow Great Emperor's aura just now. What? Shuizheng Mao and the others' eyes widened in shock. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yuyang wondered aloud, is Night Shadow Great Emperor colluding with the demon realm? I don't know about that. Yang Kai spread his hands. It's possible. A pondering look appeared on Shuizheng Mao's face. Why do you say so? Yang Kai curiously looked at him. Shuizheng Mao hesitated for a moment before voicing out his speculations. Yang Kai, do you remember that entire series of events that took place in Orthodoxy Temple a few years back? Naturally. This matter was related to the current situation as both of them were related to the demon race. Only what did it have to do with Night Shadow Great Emperor? At that time, when the demon catastrophe struck, someone led you out of Orthodoxy Temple and then waited for an opportunity to assassinate you, yes? At that time, that attacker didn't leave any signs when he attacked and you almost lost your life, correct? That's right. Yang Kai nodded. He had told many people about this afterwards, trying to determine just who had attacked him, but no one could give him a definite answer. Yang Kai would shudder whenever he recalled that incident. The attacker had silently attacked him from the cover of darkness, and if it weren't for his intrepid physique, he might have really died. But the attacker immediately fled after he failed to take Yang Kai's life with his first strike, making it impossible for Yang Kai to identify his assailant. Yang Kai's hair stood on end as he asked, he was from Shadow Killer Palace? Shuizheng Mao stated with a nod. If that person really attacked like you said, then only Shadow Killer Palace could have trained them. Only it was just speculation on our side. After all, it was related to a great emperor, so we couldn't rashly jump to conclusions. But now, by the looks of it, Night Shadow Great Emperor and Shadow Killer Palace have really colluded with the demon realm. The demon catastrophe of the Southern Territory had the shadow of Shadow Killer Palace shrouding it, and in the Western Territory, Night Shadow Great Emperor had personally taken action to support the demon realm. These 2 points were enough to conclude many things. But why me? Yang Kai was puzzled about why he was especially lured out to be assassinated. Shuizheng Mao speculated. If the demon realm really wants to invade the star boundary, then there will be a huge war in the near future. At that time, you, who are proficient in the Tao of space and can arrange cross-territory space arrays, will have a huge role to play. Eliminating you makes strategic sense. Great role. That sounds familiar. Yang Kai thoughtfully looked at Yu Rumeng, who was sitting cross-legged not too far away. For example, right now, you can arrange a space array to bring masters from the other 3 territories here rapidly. Yang Kai nodded as all his doubts were suddenly cleared. Shuizheng Mao heaved a sigh before continuing. Of course, these are just speculations. None of us knows the truth of this matter. Yang Kai nodded and put these concerns aside before stating, we can't delay things. We will talk after I have passed the news and gathered everyone here. Since the Void Corridor was guarded by Night Shadow Great Emperor, it was no longer a problem that Yang Kai could solve alone. Bright Moon Great Emperor and Iron Blood Great Emperor were also missing at this moment, so if he wanted to suppress Night Shadow Great Emperor, then he would have to ask another Great Emperor to take action. Fortunately, Yang Kai had exchanged space beacons with Li Wu-Yi, so he could immediately seek reinforcements from Spirit Beast Island. Otherwise, he would really be unable to do anything in short order. Yang Kai didn't need to arrange a space array as there was already one in the deserted oasis just 3 days away from here. What's more, he personally had other methods of cross-territory movements. After spending a little time, he crafted a space beacon to look like a bracelet before calling Lin Yuner over. He then handed the beacon to her and exhorted her in a heavy voice. Wear this thing on your wrist and never put it into your space ring. Lin Yuner nodded before putting on the bracelet. Yang Kai then shot a quick glance at the nearby recuperating Yu Rumeng before pushing his space principles and triggering Li Wu Yi's space beacon. When the ripples disappeared, Yang Kai also vanished from everyone's sight. After a cup of tea worth of time, Yang Kai met Martial Beast Great Emperor, Mo Huang, under the guidance of Li Wu Yi on Spirit Beast Island. Mo Huang asked with a weird look hanging on his face, "Kid, why are you here again? It has only been a few years, yet this smelly brat is back on Spirit Beast Island." Mo Huang was really worried now, wondering how long he could keep his darling daughter from falling into this vile beast's wicked claws. "Sir, there is bad news," Li Wu Yi reported with a serious look on his face. "What's the matter?" Mo Huang furrowed his brow. The last time Li Wu Yi spoke such words to him was when Yao Lin was kidnapped, and by the looks of it, this time something far more serious had happened. Li Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai, motioning him to answer. Yang Kai didn't waste any time and briefly summarized what happened. Mo Huang was shocked and asked in a heavy voice, "Night Shadow Great Emperor has colluded with the demon realm?" Yang Kai explained, "It's just a guess at this moment and I can't prove it, but this junior is certain that a great emperor is guarding that void corridor, and their aura resembles that of Night Shadow Great Emperor. Senior Bright Moon and Senior Iron Blood are missing at this point, and demon chi continues to pour into the Western Territory. After much deliberation, this junior could only think of coming here and asking Senior to step forward. The situation is urgent and any delay could lead to disaster. I ask Senior to quickly set out as soon as possible. If we are too slow, I'm afraid the Western Territory's situation will deteriorate beyond control." Mo Huang stood up and stated, "If things are as you say they are, it really isn't just a matter for the Western Territory. Naturally, this king can't stand idly by." After pondering for a moment, he turned to Li Wu Yi and ordered, "Go to Serene Soul Palace and bring Serene Soul over. His daughter is over there, so he can't stay out of this matter. He will definitely come." "Yes." Li Wu Yi immediately left after receiving the order. Serene Soul Palace naturally had a space beacon refined by Li Wu Yi, so using it, he could travel to and from Spirit Beast Island and Serene Soul Palace in an instant. Presumably, it would not take Li Wu Yi long to return with Serene Soul Great Emperor. This was a pleasant surprise for Yang Kai, as he had come to Spirit Beast Island only to invite Mo Huang to take action, never having expected Serene Soul Great Emperor would also be joining them. The urgency to mobilize others had decreased greatly now, as two great emperors would be taking action, and if they couldn't solve this problem, bringing in others would be useless anyway. While waiting, Mo Huang asked about the Western Territory's situation in detail. Yang Kai naturally answered whatever he could without concealing the slightest detail. After their conversation finished, a solemn look appeared on Mo Huang's face as he pondered. It seems that the demon realm really intends to invade the star boundary, but why did Night Shadow collude with them? What benefits can the demon realm give him? Yang Kai asked, looking at him. Senior has no guess either? Mo Huang shook his head. Among us 10, Night Shadow is the most mysterious, never contacting the others much. I have only met him a handful of times and exchanged no more than 10 words with him. As for his temperament, this king has no idea either, so this king can't speculate. Yang Kai asked with a weird look on his face. Rumor has it that even the seniors don't even know whether Night Shadow Great Emperor is male or female. I wonder if that is true or false. Mo Huang broke out into laughter as he waved his hand. Of course Night Shadow is a man. How can there be such a ridiculous rumor in this world? Saying so, he kept laughing. But suddenly, a frown appeared on his face. Damn, you might actually be right. This king has never seen his true face after all. Yang Kai was dumbfounded after hearing this. The rumors are really true. Mo Huang and the others really don't know if Night Shadow Great Emperor is a man or a woman. But no matter what their gender is, Night Shadow is still a great emperor who stands at the pinnacle of this world. Just as Mo Huang said, what could Demon Realm possibly offer him to actually get him to collude with them?